Oh, oh, sorry. Wait. Oh, people are here. Hang on. Let me turn some lights on. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi. Let me put this away. One moment. Where's the button for that? We do that, and then we do one of those. There we go. Uh, and then I think we want this one. There we go. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Merry Thanksgiving. Uh, Welcome to the bathroom. This was the only place the rest of the building was in use. Um, the acoustics in here are just terrible. But we'll get by. Anyway, is there a plan? I don't know. I hope not. God willing. Man, don't don't threaten me. Here, let's see. Where's the other button? Well, that's not the button, but I'll take it. There we go. Okay, there, we'll do that. Yeah, so there's been several upgrades. So I switched my VTubing platform, and I did a huge overhaul to Clive's model, and I also did a whole bunch of I wrote a whole bunch of logic for this thing called Warudo that I'm using now, and many, many other things. It's yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. This took me like 3 days, and I had to buy a new computer. New is a strong term, to be clear. So Clive was living on a little guy for a while. I had a Lenovo ThinkCentre Tiny, that I was, yeah, Warudo is weird, but it works for my needs. So no, like, no, I really did have to. So the thing is, oh, hey, did the tape actually work? Oh, right, because there's nothing blocking it now. I was having trouble with that earlier. Here, let me I didn't quite see it, so let me do it again. There we go. There we go. Pew. I always wanted to do this. I always wanted to do this. I want to add a sound effect, but I can't do it yet. I need to do some further diagnostics. Anyway, uh, most of the stuff that I have here is stuff I got from the Warudo Steam Workshop library. The mic is just from somebody on there, and I think so. Apparently, there's some Japanese show called The First Take, and I guess VTubers are all about it. And so there's like 6 or 7 different microphones themed on The First Take on there, so that's good. Also, let's see, the hat is from there, the cigarette is from there, the chair is from there. But everything that's part of Clive, obviously, I made. The bathroom is also from there. Welcome to the bathroom. Now, I don't quite have this fully set up, which is why you all can't do it yet. But just to be clear, I do also have one of these buttons because obviously, and I need to set it up so it interacts with the chair correctly. But I can do that, and it does make Half-Life metal banging crowbar wooden box crashing noises. But I don't have a way to get the audio from the other machine over to this one, so because Warudo doesn't do audio streaming with NDI, so I still got to figure that out. But I can at least do it, and then and then you get to watch it happen at least. The other thing is you can also see him revert to his sitting animation. Anyway, so yeah, we got options. The other thing you'll have noticed is I'm sure you've noticed this, that the X-Eyes are now actually part of him. They're no longer an OBS overlay. They're actually part of the model now. So this is, I'll show the tail. It's hard. It takes a lot of effort to show the tail. I have to change it. I have to click a lot of checkboxes over here and then put them all back when we're done. In fact, I'm gonna save the state of this scene, save scene, so I can just reload after I make changes, because it's such a pain because I haven't built the necessary blueprints to do everything automatically. What was the other thing? Didn't I have another thing? No, this is largely good. Okay. You know what I am going to do, though? What I forgot to do? Here, let me go down here and let me just, let me just, where the hell's the button? There it is. There we go. We got to get the, We got to get the good. Hang on. Let me just dial it in. There we go. We got to get the good like interview shot here in the bathroom, right? But I'm controlling all this over remote desktop, so it's not the most precise. There we go. And then we'll just increase the focal length. Oh, that's a bit much. I may have to back the camera off and zoom in order for this to work correctly. Yeah, I think I would have to do that. But we have that option. The option is here. So I've been having a lot of fun. Yeah, actually, there is an option here that says bokeh effect, but I don't know what that means in this context. I'm not sure what they're trying to say with that. For what it's worth, let me just, here we go, get a free look mode. Okay, and then if we just back up here, sir, why will it not, sir? Uh-oh. Oh, that's work. Oh, there we go. Yeah, if we just back up, oh, that's out of the bathroom. There we go. Oh man, the dramatic lighting here is like I had not intended all of this. This ended up looking like way more dramatic than I intended. Okay, so we're gonna park that there, and then we're gonna go back to the camera transforms, and we're gonna push in on the zoom. No, that's not it. There we go. We're gonna push in on the zoom. No, that's the trash can. Welcome to the trash can. So yeah, running this over remote desktop, not advisable. Don't do that. Somebody press the don't do that button. Okay. Now, if I come down and we increase the focal length and then pull back on the focusing distance.
Don't do that.
Thank you. Whoever did that. Do that. Oh no.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Bad news. I don't think it did what I wanted. That's weird. That should have worked. Oh, right, because the aperture thing is interpreted backwards. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So let's just push that forward. Let's push things forward by the streets. Oh Lord, we're having some problems with the problems with the clipping plane on this focal blur. Well, you get the idea, right? Let's just turn that off and turn this back on. So I've been having a lot of fun. But we are in fact we're gonna play some video games and do some stuff. What I was gonna say first is I don't know how many of you are Americans, and nobody has an incredible time with Thanksgiving these days. If you're on the internet, if you know things, but I engage with Thanksgiving much harder than I do Christmas because I don't have any Christ to Mass, but I definitely do have things to be thankful for. And also, as a homosexual, taking things back is sort of my thing. I mean, not as much as some people, but hey, I'm sufficiently minority to count. So, fuck America, but I am grateful, thankful, if you will, for a lot of things, including all of you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for allowing me to do this bullshit as a job. And I mean, come on, look at what I'm doing right now. I've got 70 people watching me do whatever the fuck this is. Like, we're in the bathroom. What do you mean, what's this environment? Where do you think I should be giving this talk? I want anybody who has an opinion. I'm telling you, anybody who has an opinion on where I should be right now to discuss these matters, go ahead and suggest it, and I'll tell you why you're wrong. Now, one fun thing is that I don't know. I'm curious if everybody else agrees here that the frame rate has gone to shit, and I think I know why. We'll get to that in a moment. We'll get to other things. We'll get back to where I was in a moment. But let me just check. Oh, no, that's weird. Huh. No, the CPU and GPU are not overloaded. Let me minimize this window here. Does that make a difference? Huh, weird. Yeah, the frames are not what I feel they ought to be, and the GPU is not overloaded. So the story, by the way, is that so Clive was living on. So originally I was rendering Clive and doing the motion capture on my PC, the same one that I do the that do the like the actual gaming on, and that's doing the stream encoding and everything. I just had one machine, and I kept having problems because I think I had USB devices that were like crashing the USB on my PC, and that would result in weirder things happening, and many other things. And I decided it made sense to move Clive onto a separate machine and just do the motion capture over there, send the data back to my PC, and then render him on my PC. But that was all working. But then I decided to upgrade to Warudo, and the system requirements are just tremendous in comparison to right, yeah. So running Warudo on my main PC was like overtaxing it, or it wasn't really, but I just was uncomfortable with how heavy it was. But also, Warudo supports NDI, so I can just have it render Clive and send him over the network, and then OBS picks him up and mats him into the frame. Because as you'll see, this does have Chrome, keying and everything. It does have alpha, so this will work for exactly the way I was using it before, except I don't need to run it on the same PC, and so that just makes things a lot cleaner. It also means I don't have to restart nearly as many programs if my PC does crash, because I have everything on a separate machine. But the system requirements are a lot higher. That little Lenovo had a Radeon RX 560 in it, which is a really unpleasant story. And it just pretty much, it was running at like 85% just rendering him. And then when I added the bathroom, it dropped to like 3 FPS. So I went out to the RePC and I went over to, I'm not using Warudo for the tracking because it was so goddamn heavy and also not very good. I'm using VRig Unity, which is still MediaPipe, but for some reason it just runs a lot better. Anyway, so I went over to RePC and I scrounged around. I spent like half a day scrounging around, and I managed to come up with a first-gen Ryzen and a GeForce 1070 Ti for a couple of $100, and that fixed a lot of things. So that's the thing is I'm still doing, so I'm not doing capture off my gaming PC because my gaming PC is also just my PC. Well, it's an AM4 board, right? So it's a first gen Ryzen right now, but I'll upgrade it later. That was the only chip I could find, and it's good enough. I mean, I haven't really taxed the CPU at all with anything I've done with it. So whatever. But anyway, I just needed an upgrade so that just to bring it into like because the machine before was a 560 and then like it was an i7 8th gen, which is like newer than the Ryzen, I think, but just was not keeping up. So it just is what it is. Anyway, so I'm still doing the OBS, most of the OBS layout and the compositing and the gaming and whatnot on my main PC, but I'm just running Clive and Warudo and the video, the motion capture and everything on a separate one. And then so a thing I discovered is that you cannot buy a webcam, as far as I can tell, with a lens wider than about 22 millimeters equivalent, which is just terrible. Like that's not wide at all. If you're putting that on your monitor, there's no way you're gonna be able to stretch your hands out and get them within frame, even if you're not a 6'2" behemoth like me. And that just bothers the shit out of me. And I realized that my Samsung Galaxy S21 Plus has a 14 millimeter equivalent lens on it, which I think is the widest one you can get in anything consumer for whatever reason. So I put that on a stand above my monitor, and then it's using NDI. So I'm NDIing the webcam data over to Clive, and then Clive does all the animation, and then NDIs the result back to my main PC. It's really quite clever, but it does mean that there's like a good couple hundred megabits of data going back and forth continuously. So thank God for gigabit Ethernet, right? And the good Wi-Fi too. I could put the phone on an Ethernet cable if I plugged it into a hub, I think. But the Wi-Fi is keeping up just fine, so fuck it, eh? So yeah, it just, hey, technology, right? Anyway, so but the moral of the story is that I had $200 to spend on this because of all of you, and I wouldn't have done it if it were just for myself, right? If I didn't have anybody to perform for, or anybody who would appreciate this ridiculous shit that I'm doing. I mean, have you looked at what's on your screen right now? This is so silly. And I'm just incredibly thrilled that I had an opportunity to do it. Had? Well, I mean, sure, that I had and hopefully continue to have, right? But like, No reply. I don't think I've seen that fan art. I would like to see that fan art. I don't know if I'm not sure which artist we're speaking of, so this could go in many different directions, but I would like to see it. Oh boy. You could email me a link. It's cathoderaydude@gmail.com, and we can see what that's all about. Yeah, I mean, we're at a point where, like, it might actually be worth it if you want a wide-angle camera for use in a live streaming environment. You might actually be best off using using a security camera, because they'll spit out RTSP, which you can ingest over the network. Now, if you want a camera that speaks native NDI, they do make that, but get ready, get ready to cash out your if you have a retirement. And if not, then just good luck, because they start at like $750 minimum. And I don't know why. I'm not sure why they're so goddamn expensive. I mean, there's lots of software that uses NDI that's free, but I suspect that has to do with a licensing thing where it's running on the personal computer, so they don't care, or something. Because maybe it's just that embedding the encoder. Maybe there's a license fee attached to that's just through the roof. I don't know. In any case, however, to finish the point I was making, I just thank you all so much for making this possible. I don't even know what I'm going to do on the stream tonight. I was thinking of playing Rise of the Triad. But I just, the important thing is just the thing that I said. That's all. Let me go look up this art. Let me see if I can find this art. Oh, wow. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't know of that artist. I guess they must be notorious. Yeah, I don't know who they are. In any case, I'm just reviewing this image to make sure. I don't think this is horny. I don't think this is horny. Yeah, I don't see anything that shouldn't be there. So let's just go ahead and put that up. There we go. That's by furry artist MOT, I guess. And you can find the Fur Affinity submission ID there in chat if you want to go look that up. Anyway, but yeah, more than anything, let's just vibe, right? You know what? They linked a specific video that they made the fan art for. Oh, but it's a really old one. It's from over a year ago.
Thanks, Gravis.
Lev. I appreciate it. Is this maybe the first appearance of Clive? Hang on, let me check. I think, oh yeah, maybe this is the first appearance of Clive. Here, I'll paste this in chat. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. I think this is when I first used Clive on a stream. Okay. All right. Well, if you're watching, thank you so much. I would never portray him like that. I'm not gonna look a gift art in the mouth, but I just, for the record, he don't look like that. He looks more like this. Oh, that's right. I had a request. Daria suggested that I'll just show you. Let me save scene. Okay, there we go. So I can reload it. And now I'm going to go to, let's see. What are we going to do? Let's, okay, let's lose the chair and let's lose the mic. And let's, God, how do I get him out of this pose? I'm trying to remember. Right. This one. There we go. And then we go back here. You're supposed to build all these complicated blueprints with like entrance and exit routines to turn this stuff on and off. But here we go. So we'll do all that, and then we'll switch to test camera. Okay. And so just for the record, so there's a lot of parts of Clive that I had never really bothered to flesh out because you just never see them. Oh my God, I could make an animation that does a hat wobble. I should do that. That's a great idea. That's interesting. I just got a chat disconnected. Please wait while we reconnect you. Did anybody else see anything? Weird. Well, the artist portrayed him as like having any kind of body tone whatsoever. So, listen, this guy's body sucks, all right? So, anyway, a couple of things. First off, he's standing in the floor. Let's do something here. Let's go to here we go. This is absolutely going to hang the renderer for a couple of minutes, so hopefully the machine doesn't explode. Okay. Oh, well, that's not right. Let's just reset that and that and that. Okay, there we go. Hi. Welcome to the void. He's in the holodeck now. You know what? Let's just go over here and bonk. There we go. In fact, there we go. I knew I had a camera set up for this purpose. Here, let's just. Oh, weird. It's doing it again. Once again, the fucking depth of field is not working correctly. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Clive's body was 1000% the one Robin sung about.
Oh, man. Anyway, so yeah, this is another scene I was thinking of setting up, but I haven't yet figured out how to set up multiple scenes.
I live again.
It's kind of complicated in this program, but at any rate, you'll also notice he's kind of green, and that's because the yeah, I can get the arms moving. I just hadn't done it yet. Boop. There we go. You'll notice he's kind of green, and that's because the environment is casting a green light on him, and I think I have to like. There's something I have to do that I haven't yet figured out that makes this better. I don't know. The program's weird. All right, Unity stuff is weird. In any case, though, what I was going to tell you, let's just go back to this. Oh, his tape. No, it's gone. The reason it just flies up like that is because when I turn on gravity, bad things happen. Anyway, so I was overhauling his model, and there's a whole lot of things I did. One is that I basically remodeled his hands almost from scratch. These are completely new hands, basically, because the old ones just didn't look right at all. They were all very chubby, and he couldn't like thumbs up or anything. And now, well, you can't see it from here. Let's just go up there. And now, let's try it. Oh, let's try it. There we go. That's better. Well, he still has trouble with it, but I can load a baked animation for it, and he can still flip you off. So I actually am not super sure why it's having so much. Yeah, what's going on? Oh, wait a minute. Is this a problem with VRig Unity? Oh, it is. So I had this issue earlier where VRig Unity was like intermittently not picking up the NDI camera. Let me go see if that's what's going on. Oh man, it's upset about something. Here, let me just stop and restart that. Does that make a difference? Oh boy. Oh, it's having trouble. Yeah, it's still doing the thing. Oh, that's so fucking weird. Yeah, let me restart VRig Unity. I'm still working this out. Not beating the furry allegations, bro. I've been a furry forever. Forever. He is smoking a candy cigarette. There's nothing in there. His body would fall apart if he put either one of those things into it. Where's my VRig Unity shortcut? But yeah, like I said, I'm still working some of this stuff out. Obviously. Well, look, he wouldn't know that. He wouldn't know you're not supposed to smoke those. I did have to create Clive's body for this. This is based on a model that I bought that's very commonly used for proto-gens. I don't know if I've loaded it up in here before, but I'm going to so that you can see just how different it was. It's really night and day. Like I made sure that the license rights allowed me to modify it before I modified it because I was going to make a lot of changes. And let me tell you, I made a lot of changes. Let's see. Do I have the model here? Can I add another character? Just occurred to me. Oh, I can. Oh, okay. Well then, let me just load that up. There they are. Yeah, so that's what I started with. And it's a perfectly good model if that's what you're looking for. It's just very much not what I was looking for. So, yeah, I got rid of the thunder thighs. I got rid of the fur. I got rid of the actually, I think this person was stolen. I think this version was stolen and illegally modified by somebody, then re-uploaded, but I might be wrong about that. But I did go back and find the original upload by the original author and sent them $40 as per their terms. So I'm pretty sure I'm in the clear. If it turns out that I got bamboozled yet again, they can hit me up and I will send them more money because I have by far gotten my money's worth out of this. But yeah, so I shrunk the ears. I got rid of most of the fur. I replaced the sort of Y2K ears with very 1980s ears. They have these little silver ridges on them. Obviously, the chest is completely new. I modeled all that from scratch. Complete retexture. All the original textures are gone. By the way, I was going to say, another thing is that I did not like the tail. I don't really like the idea that Clive has any animal parts, really. I think he's entirely a robot. And so I decided he needed a new tail, but I wasn't sure what type he would have because he's not an aminal. And so I decided that he probably was never issued with one because the company just went out of business before releasing that accessory. So obviously he would go buy one for a different protogen from another company. So this is a Dragon 3264 branded one that just happens to fit. So I thought that was fitting. As you can see, though, I've also... Here, let's just scoot them over here. As you can see, though, I've also changed a lot of the proportions, which was a lot easier than I expected. So, the ass is both, the pelvis is a bit thicker front to back, as is, I think, the torso. Yeah, I think pretty much the whole guy is a bit thicker front to back, but the legs are a bit thinner, and they use a slightly less acute angle. I also, because I got rid of the fluff, when he bends his knees, bad stuff happens. It sort of exposes the innards of the thigh, and so I actually had to reweight the bones. I had to repaint the bone weights in order to fix that. Also, I'm going to show you something. This is a rare Clive. This was an experiment. I was saying to somebody yesterday, one of the problems with creative work is that you never want to show anybody your in-between stuff because it's so fucking vile. It's just no matter how much you say it was just an experiment, anybody you show your in-between work to is going to be like, oh, you almost did that? Are you out of your mind? And you're like, no, it's part of the process. This is sort of like how I found out a while back that Balatro, which I've heard pronounced many different ways, but I swear I've heard it Balatro too. Balatro was almost going to be called Joker Poker, and then the guy changed his mind at the last minute. Anyway, so I have a file here called Clive New Leg Era, where I was experimenting with the idea of giving him normal legs instead of digitigrade ones, and I spent 4 hours working on these. I imported these legs from actually a crash test dummy model that I found somewhere, and I was going to give him fully mechanical legs. I have a really nasty looking version where it looks like he's in the middle of being strogified, where I had given him mechanical hinge joint legs, but it wasn't working, and I thought, well, what if I put some Crocs on him? So I tried that, and that didn't work. And then I put these moon boots on him, which turned out to be 15,000 polygons because they were UE4 nonsense. I don't remember if it was that or what the deal was, but they were ridiculous. So I put those on there, and they weren't working at all because they were so many goddamn. The file was 120 megabytes, and before I added the boots, it was 18. So that shit was just ridiculous. But yeah, so I ended up just deleting the straps off the boots, hastily retexturing them, and then decimating the polygon count by about 1,000 to 1, and ended up with these things. These motherfuckers had modeled the treads on the bottom of the boot as geometry. It was ridiculous. Come on, use a displacement map for that. Is this even your job? But then when it was all done, I was just like, wow, they look awful. They don't look good at all. And I just didn't know what to do. But I'll show you that the reason for that, I'm going to show you what led to all of this. If we go look at, oh gosh, do I have it? Do I have the old? Yeah, I do. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. This is the Clive that I've been streaming with a couple modifications. But this is the Clive I've been streaming with for the last year, basically. I had him fairly solidified for a while. and I don't like the legs. The legs are terrible. And so I had this idea that he should have more mechanical legs, and I was just beating my head against it. Nothing was working. I spent hours and hours working on this middle Clive here with the boots, and I kept showing it to a friend, and they were just like, maybe if you do this, maybe if you do that, but I could tell they were like very much not approving. Daria thought it was a bad idea too, but I just like did not like what was going on with the feet. The feet were not good. Like, look at this. This ain't it, bro. Like, this is not it. And so finally what I realized is that they were too tall. So I learned how to use Blender's what the hell is it called? You press O. Proportional editing. I figured out how to use proportional editing and was able to make the feet a lot smaller and the claws a lot less ridiculous. And then in the process of fixing the texturing afterwards, I accidentally drug the UV maps over that rubber hose texture, and just like that, I'm like, shit. That's what I wanted all along. Like that's the look that I had wanted from the get-go, right? And so I just felt but that's art, right? Like that's the way that creation works. This, by the way, fucking rules. Like everything that's going on right now. Just the way that I'm presenting this, I'm very proud of. Here, I'll turn his arms back on. Hello? Oh, right. No, the reason his arms aren't working is because I haven't turned VRig back on yet. Here, let me start camera. Half T-posed. Sir? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's still having trouble. Okay, so something is overloaded on this machine, and I'm not sure what, but I have a theory. Oh, God. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. I might know what's wrong. I may have accidentally plugged this thing into a 100 megabit network, and it's just getting saturated by the... Well, no, it says it's at 1 gigabit, but it's acting like it's tapping out, because it's pushing like 60 or 80 megabits at least. Let me go back and take a look at the performance metrics here. No, not even... Well, yeah, so it says it's pushing 60, 70 megabits, and there's just like well, but that wouldn't affect the webcam anyway. Right. Oh, no, it would if the Wi-Fi was getting strangulated. I wonder if it's a problem with the stream coming from the phone. Let me take a look at the phone, and I'm just going to... Oh, I see what happened. It switched to 2160p. Let me switch that down to 720. That's the problem. This machine's just choking to death trying to process that much data. Is that any better? It's a little better. Let me go back to the webcam here and make sure that it's forced to 720p. Yes, it is. Oh, it's still having trouble. Man. I wonder what the hell's going on there. That is super weird. Now, if I minimize RDP, does it get any better? No, it's still having trouble. Yeah, 2160p is how it's listed in the NDI camera app. Man, something is amiss. But it's weird because when I go into Task Manager, nothing is slammed. Like the CPU is at 64%. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go to logical processors. No, there's no logical processor that's like slammed to 100%. I've got plenty of RAM available. I should have at least 20, 30 megabits available on the network. And when I go look at the GPU, it says the 3D performance is at only 21% utilization. The video decode is at 8%. There's no encoding going on. Because, yeah, I think NDI uses like an uncompressed or nearly uncompressed protocol. So I don't know what's going on here, but something is just super slow. I guess VRig Unity is probably running on the CPU. So let me hop over and just increase the priority on it, honestly. Yeah, because let's see, it's only eating 10% CPU is the problem. All right, well, I'm going to set that to high priority. Oh, I could swear, did that just immediately make a difference? Like, it's still having trouble. You know what? Let me look at what this thing is seeing in the webcam and find out whether there's some sort of distortion. Okay, here we go. Gosh, I wonder, because it's using such a wide angle, I wonder if it's actually getting confused by other objects in the room. Oh my gosh, you know what? That couldn't be it. The angle of the video capture on this phone is so wide that it's actually capturing my wing monitor, which has Clive on it. So could it be getting confused by the, like, it's not getting much of it. All right, let me look at the visuals on. Whoa! Yeah, man. I'm looking at like the the ML diagnostic screen on this thing, and it is just freaking out. I feel like I'm giving it too much. Whoa! Whoa! The webcam feed just cut out completely. Oh boy. This has never happened before. Though I did have this weird problem earlier where I had to restart the phone. Oh, has it happened again? Oh, I'll bet it's happened again. Yes. Yes, there's like a memory leak in the NDI app or something like that. Which, I mean, who's surprised by that? I'm going to restart my Samsung Galaxy S21 and we'll see what happens. The funny part, of course, is that, yeah, he's just frozen on the last pose. But if I turn this off, then we can go over here and let's just give him, you know what? Let's just do this. Let's just turn off his let's turn off his animations, okay? And then let's go over here and just where is it? Where is it? Here we go. There we go. Check me out. I'm dancing. Yeah, we can just leave that going till we get him back up and running correctly. It's killing me that he's still got the cigarette. Like that's absolutely doing it for me. God, I just realized this whole time the chat has not been on the screen because of where I put it. Oh well. Hopefully there'll be a YouTube archive, right? I'll tell you though, this is mid-rhythm dance number 1. This came with the program. I actually prefer high rhythm dance number 1, so let's go ahead and do that one. This is by far the best one they got in there. It's great. Again, like the fact that he's still smoking is just killing it for me. It's so good. And also the other ones are doing nothing. Yeah, I'm hearing that it might be a bit choppy. Is something... I feel like there's something wrong with the network on this machine. Oh, okay, all right. So somebody's saying their... Okay, so Lethal Tail is saying their YouTube player itself exploded. All right, makes sense. Again, this stuff is just so... so goddamn complicated that who knows what's going on anywhere. Like I said, I'm probably gonna upgrade the Clive machine a little bit more. Video quality dropped to 480p for everybody, because I have no frame drop complaints over here. But this would absolutely be a day for YouTube to start having problems, right? That would shock nobody, right? Nobody would be the least bit amazed by that.
Okay, thank you. Number 2. Number 3, can you show us dancing?
Honestly, I need to. I'm gonna hit record locally because I need to get like a good 10-minute clip of this that I can use on my my break screens. So. Okay, yeah. I think we're getting choppy animation from the box, but I don't know why. Let me, I guess I could just restart Warudo, which I was going to do anyway. And that's kind of what, oh, but we just got another chat disconnected. But I think somebody else said they were seeing the same thing, right? So let's, let me save this scene and restart Warudo, and we'll go from there. Because who knows what the problem is at this point. Gray. Save scene as gray box dance. The spectrum in the background, is it floating? It shouldn't be. Alright, so I'm going to close this. And we're going to lose the NDI entirely. Although, it just hangs on to the last, image indefinitely, which is weird. Okay. Yeah, and I didn't get any drop frame complaints on this side from YouTube, so, or from OBS. So I don't know. Let me start this back up. And we'll see. And then if this is still hinky, then I'll play something locally on my PC that's doing the encoding, and we'll see what's what then. Anyway, yeah, I'm restarting Warudo. I do like the three of them have the pride flags, and then the first one, which is presumably gayer than the rest, doesn't. Anyway, yeah. So I've ship of Theseus this Clive model. At this point, there's so little left of the original one. Yeah, I think, like, it would not surprise me if everybody was, if YouTube was just getting obliterated by sports streams, if there's any sports going on, because today, people are gonna want that. Gosh, it's taking forever to restart Warudo. It's like that though. By the way, so I looked a little bit at various VTubing apps, and the only thing I can tell you conclusively is that every single one of them is cat themed, and I just can't think why. Weird. Don't know what that's about. All right, this should be starting in a moment here. It's one of those things where, like, I'm probably going to find out. I probably need to throw more CPU at this. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if it was just choking on the first gen Ryzen, right? But it's an AM4, so it'll take considerably newer and spicier stuff. I ain't going to put no 9800X 3D in it, but I can still do better than a frickin' Ryzen 1700. Yeah, I get the feeling that YouTube itself is having a bad time. Curiously, though, man, stuff on the Clive box is also just, like, loading incredibly slowly. Oh, okay, well, that does look better. Let's, no? Did I see some skipping? No? Yes? Here, let's play this animation. Boy, it should be smoother than that. I'll tell you what. Well, I minimized RDP and it's looking better. Yeah, that's a big improvement. Okay. So yeah, I think oh yeah, gosh. So when Warudo starts up, for some reason when it starts up initially, it sends when it initializes the NDI module, it starts sending just like a white screen. And it does that until it finishes loading the scene. And yeah, I really wish it wouldn't. It'd be really nice if it wouldn't. The other thing is, like, NDI supports metadata. It's got, like, tally signals, and they could use that, and then OBS could interpret those to know when to show the screen or not. But they don't. So I wish this green tint was not here. That's the other thing that I have not, well, there's many things I haven't figured out yet, but one of the things I have not figured out yet is what to do about the environmental lighting, because that green tint is coming from the room, and I saw a note somewhere. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, here we go. Override environment settings. This is what I'm looking for. Ambient lighting source. You turn that on, set it to color, ambient lighting color. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. See, I'm saying, oh, I wonder if the oh, here we go. Allow lights to affect characters. There we go. That looks better. Yeah, I was just getting the frickin' I was just getting a directional light. I wasn't getting the actual intended lighting from the level. Now we should cool this light out just a little bit. Can we just tune that over there a little? Well, it does look better. I'll tell you that much. All right, I'm gonna record that. There we go. Yeah, poor little Google. It's just they're just a little scrappy little company over there. In any case, though. Yes, this is what I've been doing. Have a good night, Lev. So this is what I've been doing, and it's one of those things where you start out on a project and you have some ideas in your head about how it's going to go, And then as you progress through the project, like the whole time you're doing it, you're thinking to yourself, no, I know exactly what needs to be done here. I just need to figure out how to do it. But then in the end, you find out that you were just barking up the wrong tree the whole time. And that's not the right one. Here we go. It's one of my favorites. Bonk. There we go. That's how we want it. My Thanksgiving was fantastic. We had a big old turkey. Daria did a great job. Spatchcocked it, cooked it up with a mayo rub, real good. Best turkey she's ever done, best one I've ever had, et cetera, et cetera. So thanks. The meal was great. The day was pretty good so far. I'm gonna do the stream for another couple hours, and then I'm gonna go have some beers. Anyway, no, I don't think it's. No, Cora, I don't think it's the knowing just enough to get yourself in trouble. What I mean is that with creative work, what you like, when you have a strong idea in your head, that idea might be good. It might have, it might have merit, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the correct fit for what you're trying to achieve. And so, like let me go back to the original scene here. That scene is entitled "Clive Sit Gay," because that's what he's doing is the thing, right? He's sitting gay in the chair. There were a number of different options for presenting him that way. You're gonna get the big white screen again in a minute here when it restarts NDI. I didn't realize it was gonna do that. Sit gaying. Did I say that? I probably said that. In any case, we can agree on it. No, I'm waiting for the thing to load. I changed scenes and it's taking a very long time to cycle out the damn. Lording. Oh, well, he's mostly there. Oh, how did I get him to sit? Oh, that's right. I had a blueprint called Sit and Chair, and we just clicked that. There we go. Okay, outstanding. And then, yeah, like I said, I'm not sure. Do I even want to play video games tonight? Or am I just fucking around? I don't know what I'm doing. I could do something like that, right? Just as something to do with our time. I already have one open, so I guess I could play that. Well, I don't have it open. But anyway, if I click this, though... Okay, good. At least that works. One thing I was concerned about is that... pardon me. One thing I was concerned about is whether it would overlay with the actual... I guess we could break some ships now that I think about it. I was thinking about just playing a little bit of Rise of the Triad. The game's not actually very good, is the thing. But I might fire it up anyway. Here, real quick. Let's just let's do the important thing. There we go. Do that, and then we go back to Clive. We click on him, and then we go down to animations, and we turn off the overlay animation. No, we also turn off that one. There we go. And then we turn on that one, and it doesn't work. That's interesting. Now, hang on a moment. Why does that not work? This is new. This is new. Huh. Oh, because that's right. Sorry, because I have the weight faded down. There we go. Because I had to integrate it into a... There we go. Rise of the Tryhard is an extremely funny name. That's really good. Okay. Kargarok, I can't answer your question. You'll need to check out the earlier parts of the VOD. So let me see real quick. Just, actually, before we do anything else, let's go back to this for a moment. And... do I have any other props I wanted to show you? I'm trying to remember. I think I did. Oh, no, that's right. We pretty much saw them all, other than I've got the VR headset. That'll be useful at some point. And then there was this collar, which has a functioning chain, and that's kind of cute, except that it's a trial version, and the Steam page is in Japanese, and I don't know how to buy the non-trial version, nor I don't even know if it's possible. So I've got this pretty cute collar, which is encumbered by some text. And so I'm going to have to figure that out. Also, there we go. I can give him the cigarette in his hand while he's holding the gamepad, which I think is also very good. But I need to turn off the override hand pose if I'm going to do that. Sorry. It's so entertaining. Sorry. I've been having a good time. I also I have a microphone I can put in his hand. Which, okay, now it feels like we're doing like a really specific kind of stand-up comedy act, where I've got the cigarette in my mouth, the cigarette in my hand, the gamepad, and the microphone. Yeah, no, I do like the idea of just keeping the text, but I genuinely think that it's kind of disrespectful because that is a person who was actually selling a product they made. So I ain't gonna fuck with that. But I think what I am gonna do is I think I'm just gonna go ahead and lose the mouth sig so he just has it in his hand. I feel like that's better. Let's see how that looks on the main camera. There we go. I also like the fact that like due to the buy it and then change the text to be funnier. That is good. Though, given the way that a lot of Japanese creators feel about their work, I suspect modifying it would be deeply verboten. Anyway. Here, does this work? Yeah, that works. Okay. Do I even have Rise of the Triad installed? It feels unlikely that I wouldn't. It feels like something I would do. Well, not in this folder. Yeah, just buying it and then like, yeah, if you don't mind, could you, yeah, just put the text back, but let me turn it on and off with a blend shape. Hey, Ron. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah. As I was saying earlier at the beginning of the stream, I'm thankful for a lot of things, which is why I actually, bother giving a shit about this day. One of them is this, that people will actually watch and in some cases pay me to do whatever the hell it is I'm doing, which is not a privilege that most people get. The vast majority of people do not get to do anything nearly this fun with their life, and so I'm just incredibly grateful to all of you. There should be sound right now. Well, there's sound. There should be music right now. V. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, sorry. Oh, okay, right. It's not a display name mismatch. YouTube has been screwing that up lately. So I just assumed. Okay, good. We do have. The secret of this game is it's not very good. Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Oh, this is the Scherer version. That's really funny. For anybody who hasn't seen this game before, by the way, this is a game that's been in the back of my head my entire life. This is we're getting audio? Oh, okay. It actually is picking it up. It's just really, really, really quiet. Wow, even cranked, it's really, really quiet. Okay, the sounds are a little louder. Here, let me go back in here and... Oh, there we go. And then let me turn that down. And then I also have to turn down my system volume because it's too damn loud. Yeah, I'm fixing it. Oops. Is that too loud? That's probably too loud, isn't it? So I know we're just chilling. I just want to kind of be there in the background. Yeah, this is very much a game. I would say this is like one of the most European games ever to be made in the United States of America. Because it has everything, right? It's technically absolutely fascinating, and pulls off things that were like did not generally seem possible on the platform, but does not result in a game that's that great, especially not for any of the technical feats. Like, there are things about this game that are surprisingly good and ahead of their time and many other things. Then there are things that are technically impressive. They're not the same things. There's also racist? Was this game racist? I genuinely don't remember that. Like, was that an Easter egg or something? So I'm trying to think. You're not thinking of Shadow Warrior, are you? Because Shadow Warrior was, of course, deeply racist, but, you know, we knew that. In any case, yeah, 90s game racist, news at 11. But yeah, so like, among other things, this was one of the earlier games to have, like, you know, 2.5D games, as it were, to have like a Z-axis where you could go up, or as some people would angrily put it, a Y-axis. And you do in fact have to, like, that's not just like a passive thing. Like, you do actually have to do stuff with it. The problem is it's just not very good at it. So for instance, in order to, I think there's a secret. Yeah, so there's a secret here. So we gotta jump over this thing, right? So it actually has a fully functioning vertical axis, and that's pretty cool. The problem is, insofar as you can actually look up and down, and in fact, they did something very interesting. Yeah, let's take a moment and talk about this, because I always forget about this fact. So I guess I could go pull up Duke Nukem 3D and show you what I mean, and I will. So let's do that, because it was right next to the game in the same folder. So let's just do that. It doesn't take very long. It's a DOS game. They load instantly. So let's load up Duke. The primary reason I have this here is because I was capturing all the sound effects I needed for that time when I did the Linux Doom in the X Windows video, and I needed all the Duke Nukem 3D sound effects to put on top of it, so I just went in here and captured them because that was easier than getting them out of taking them out of the group files. Anyway, so if we look down here, right? So we're not quote unquote looking up and down, okay? Let's jump down here. There we go. Let's just jump down here. Yes, I have the Duke Nukem 3D cheat codes memorized. Know me. Wow, the gamma's really high. Why is the gamma so high? There. Okay, so if we look up and down, this is a thing that's referred to, people often refer to this as Y shearing. And so really what's going on here is, so this is what's called a raycasting engine. And the way that works is, probably a lot of people watching already know this, but I'm going to explain anyway because I'm proud of knowing stuff, even if it's useless bullshit. So the way this works is, when the world is being rendered, for every horizontal column of the screen, the game fires out a ray, and that ray, when it hits something, it calculates the distance from the character to that something, and based on that distance, it renders that column of pixels, the texture for that item, at a different height. So what you're seeing here is just a bunch of bitmaps which are being scaled on the fly. So because the left edge of this wall is closer than the right, when the ray strikes it, it finds that it's further away. So it scales the image a little bit less before it renders it. And you just continue like that and it renders the whole thing. Now, there's complexity to this because, for one thing, the floors and ceilings, those work very differently. And also there's also a lot more going on in this game because it uses portal rendering. And portal rendering works exactly like in Portal, so you can make non-Euclidean spaces in this, and in fact, they did. So, for instance, if we go into here, let me just. Needless to say, I know where every single enemy in this game is. I've been playing this game for 20 years. I know everything about it. Not here, but there. Okay. Oops. I know where every enemy in this game. I actually did know he was there. I just had not switched off the correct weapon. You notice how I haven't taken any damage? Because I know where everything is? God, this sucks. Okay, so this game suffers from the same thing that Doom did, where, maybe this is why I had the brightness turned up. It's not a true 3D engine in the sense that the engine itself has all three axes, but it doesn't have information in the map format about how to represent the third axis. And so what we're looking at here is a two-dimensional map, which is then extruded to create a three-dimensional world. And people like to say this is not a true 3D game. It's bullshit. If it weren't a true 3D game, then all the source ports that run on OpenGL wouldn't be possible. This is absolutely and beyond a shadow of a doubt a full 3D game. It's just that the map format is a little limited, so it doesn't include all the information, but by just extending it a little bit more, it absolutely could have. Now, the fact that the world isn't made out of polygons is a separate topic, but the point is, it is a 3D engine. It's just one that doesn't use polygons. And yeah, it uses an unusual rendering format, which we'll get to, but regardless, it is a 3D engine. And the same was true in Doom. The only reason that you couldn't move over or under an enemy in Doom is because they had code which specifically ignored the Z-axis. I can show it to you. It's in the source code. The Z-axis is there, and there is like a spot where it could check it, and it doesn't. And then, of course, the source ports just very rapidly added that back in. The actual reason that they didn't do full 3D is solely because people didn't have mouse look yet. They didn't know how to do that, and so looking up and down was very laborious. That is the only reason that Doom and Duke Nukem 3D are not full 3D games. But the other thing is, because this map format is rendered in 2 dimensions and then extruded, it doesn't actually have the ability to represent a room above a room. And we just went up several rooms. We're now above where we just were, and this staircase overlaps itself, and this should be impossible. And indeed, if we look at the map here, those areas are all overlapping, and it's not that this is like just a limited way of portraying it. This is what the map looks like in the editor. And the reason this is possible is because the game is portal based. So every time it crosses a sector line, it's basically rendering a new 3-dimensional space. So when we stand here, the other room is present. We're inside of the other room right now. It's just that it's not being rendered at the moment. And because it's not, it's also being selected out for physics calculations. So it's... Right, exactly, Shadowhog. I mean, that's the thing, right? Dark Forces had you look up and down, and it was miserable. That game was incredible. It was way ahead of its time. But it was also way ahead of its time. Anyway, so the point is, you could do all that, right? But part of the reason that they didn't use the vertical parts of levels that much, I mean, they did in this game, but not as much as in, like, Quake, is because the looking up and down sucks. And the reason it sucks is because, so when we look up and down, this isn't really doing anything other than changing the origin point that it renders the level from. So, 2 things. One, if you just like blur your eyes, if you just like let your eyes cross and stop seeing this as looking up and down, you can see that this is really just sliding a static bitmap up and down. This is one very, very, very tall bitmap. It's like you took a picture with a camera in portrait mode with an incredibly wide lens. And the other thing you'll notice is that none of the lines converge. Even when we're looking all the way up, that wall to my left there stays perfectly straight because it's not actually calculating a perspective transform. It's rendering the world in, I want to say orthographic projection, but I could be wrong. So it's a very interesting trick, but this is the thing that makes it not truly 3D. And you can actually see it when you rotate. That's why it looks so freaking weird when you rotate. You can see things sort of morphing because it's not using a proper three-dimensional transform. But it was very convincing for the time. Okay, now, let's go back and look at Rot, which is not that much better than this, but it does do one thing differently that I find fascinating, and I've thought about it a lot, but I don't know exactly what's going on with it. So watch this. In this game, when we look up and down, do you notice, although the wall is not, the line of the wall still doesn't, the lines still don't converge. The wall still stays straight. This is a Y-shearing technique, except they move the camera's position forward as they do it. Oh, there we go. I can slow it down. So what they're doing is they're moving the character's perspective forward relative to where you're standing on the ground. so that the effect has a lot more life to it, right? That is incredibly clever for 1995, right? Like, they knew what they were up against as far as trying to make like a convincing 3D game, and that they couldn't actually do it correctly. But they figured out a way to make it feel just that little bit better, enough to be worth it, you know? So, absolutely fascinating. And yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I never noticed it till just now. And then once I did, I'm like, wow, I'll bet I always noticed that and had never noticed it. You know what I mean? Fun fact, by the way, this is just Wikipedia fodder, but just for anybody who doesn't know, this was going to be Wolfenstein 3D 2, and then because this is some of the people from Apogee/id. Oops, that's the wrong button. I always found that really frustrating that they had the. This was not the same people as Duke Nukem 3D per se. This was the developers of Incredible Power, who were a like subgroup within Apogee that I think did not necessarily go on to. Not necessarily go on to 3D realm. It's complicated. They could have done this in Duke Nukem 3D. It's just, it was... So, this engine was developed by people at Apogee who had close links to id, working on a heavily modified version of the Wolfenstein 3D engine, whereas Duke Nukem 3D was on the build engine, which was developed by Ken Silverman, who was basically like a 14-year-old, 16-year-old, something like that, that they discovered somewhere, and they just hired him and stuck him in a corner of their office and just let him work. And eventually he would just come out and be like, yeah, here's something I made, and then that became Duke Nukem 3D. Like, he definitely worked for them, but he was also very much like working independently from the rest of the staff. He was like an employee, but also sort of like a contractor. And yeah, so Build ended up being a very strange engine because it's not really derived from anything. It doesn't have the same roots as like the rest of the game industry, because it didn't come from Quake. It didn't come from anything Carmack did. Anyway, the reason I saved just now is because this is the demo, right? So this is a level that does not exist in the full game. This is in the style of Half-Life Uplink. This is a unique episode made for the demo. And one thing you discover in this is that you can walk off a cliff here and die. And as a kid, I played this when I was like 5, and that scared the shit out of me. So yeah, they've got, you know, these dynamic obstacles that your bullets ricochet off of. They had the very interesting idea of just having your bullet weapons in this don't have ammo. They're all just infinite ammo. They just, for some reason, decided, fuck it, we're not going to bother. Just not going to bother. Missile weapons, however, those have ammo, and the thing is, there's a whole lot of those. So they basically, the game considers, it's sort of like Devil May Cry, where like your pistols are not really your main weapon, you know? They're sort of there for style points, right? Whereas the rocket launchers in this are the, if you will, swords. This is the drunk missile, which is called that because it fires 5 of them and they just sort of go all over. And then after about 2/3 of a second, they turn into heat seekers. And all the rocket weapons in this game are very limited ammo, and as soon as you run out of ammo, you just drop them. And the expectation is that at any given moment you'll have, at any given moment you'll have, you know, just whatever you can find. So it's sort of like the Breath of the Wild weapon durability thing, you know, like where you can't really, you know, main a weapon and just carry it throughout the whole game. You have to just use what you can get. And so at this point, you're getting an idea of why the bullet weapons are not considered all that important, because look how much my ass is getting kicked from trying to use them instead of using my rocket launcher. Oh yeah, there we go. I just got my ass kicked. Right, exactly. Yeah, the zooming effects are just like all the fuck over the place, and it's very much a like, hey, check out what I realized we can do. Like we don't have much. We don't have pixel shaders, and we don't have true 3D, and we don't have, you know, any of that. But we do have software-defined rendering, which means that we can do our own pixel shaders as long as they're not very computationally expensive. And it turns out that by the time you get to the 46 era, like late 46 era, you can pretty much do super scalar games on the PC. Like you've got enough juice to scale as many bitmaps as you want, as fast as you want, you know, within reason. And so there's a huge enhancement. If you know what to do with it, you know, if you can think of creative uses for it. I didn't start this game with the correct command line switch to use the cheat codes, which is a very funny problem that DOS games used to have. Wolfenstein 60. Right, yeah, so I was going to talk about that. So you start out with a pistol, and then within the first minute of the game, you find double pistols, so there's no reason that you would ever use the pistol for the rest of the entire game. And then, as you saw, within a few minutes, you get the MP40, which is blue, and as a kid, I always wondered why, and, like, it's weird. I don't have the answer, because it's clearly, like, yeah, there's no reason this weapon should have blue artifacts on it. And I don't know if it was on purpose or if they just like badly bit crushed the texture and then just didn't get around to doing anything about it, right? Yeah, no, this game is absolutely, this is Dudes Rock, the first person shooter, by all means. Like, everything about this game is just like, holy shit, look what we can do. This was the first time I saw the word asbestos, and I did not know what it meant. And that's my story. So this game was what I was referring to in my old video game review video that I did when I referred to the concept of hit scan hell. I was talking about this game right here, because this is just a bad game. Like, it's a really shitty game, and one of the biggest problems with it is, well, besides the fact that it's a score rush, is that every room is full of, like we have here, this room is just full of like 12 fucking dudes, and you cannot get them fast enough to not get got, right? So you're just in a constant state of being shot from unknown off-screen enemies. And, yeah. Just like a super-powered prototype never meant for mass production, you know? And indeed, the devs never went on to make another game. I mean, they individually went off to other companies and did stuff. But, you know, the point is, like, this was just ridiculously ambitious, but deeply limited by its technological foundations, and I suspect, like, design energy, like the amount of time and manpower that they had to dedicate to making this like the most fun game they could by the standards of the time. I suspect was not as high as for a Quake. Because, not that I think Quake was a great single-player game either, but it did at least feel a little more cohesive, whereas this is very much a collection of, holy shit, Bob, look what I figured out, right? It's again, it's a very European game in the 80s, 90s sense, of like, hey, why'd we make this game? Because Klaus realized he could do this really efficient, screen scrolling effect, despite not having a blitter on this platform. That's why we made this game. Then we needed content to put in it, so we knew somebody who was an artist, and the rest is history, right? It's very much a tech-driven game, which is interesting because that is a phenomenon that, like, yeah, the game like feels the game feels very empty. It feels very lonely. Oh, I think I could have made that. Oh, I think you're supposed to use the jump plate here. The game feels just very lonely and empty because it's just look at this place. It's so huge, right? In order to have the jump physics, so like Wolfenstein had that problem, which propagated into a couple games that were based on it, like Operation Body Count, which I think was Wolfenstein based, of just being very claustrophobic because all the ceilings are the same height, and that height is very low. And so, let's see. Shit. Great video game here. See what I mean? This game, in order to add the Z-axis and all the excitement that comes with that, they had to make all the rooms the same height because of the way the engine worked. And as a result, I mean, it just feels like we're standing in like a gray box, like a testing room, I heard a noise when I was firing my gun wildly over here, which I think means I blew up a power-up. Okay, that was a points item, so whatever. Anyway, so I remember as a kid just logging thousands of hours in this game because it is intensely and unbelievably difficult thanks to, again, hit scan hell. You've got stuff like... Yeah, okay, you see what I mean? Right? It's just, it's an... Right. It's ambushes everywhere and loads of guys, and your gun can't can't really stun lock them, and so you're just always fighting this war of attrition with your health that just isn't true in better games. Well, right, but yeah, the slide whistle typically means the power-up is ended, but I don't remember having a power-up, so I don't know what that would have been. Anyway, in better games, even from the era, oh, that's another drunk missile. Cool. There were just a lot of things that they had thought harder about, you know. And this one just, yeah, it's just under-designed. And one of the big problems is, like, if you play like a Doom or a Duke Nukem 3D, there's a hard-coded minimum length of time that you have to be in somebody's sights before they'll fire at you. And so that keeps hit scan from being hell, right? But in this game, oh, it's a Wonderwall, which I did not know for a very long time was a joke about the Oasis song Wonderwall. These things also absolutely terrifying, incredibly scary to me as a child for what are probably obvious reasons. Sorry, I'm seeing CDI games as an anecdote there, and yeah, okay, so I can believe that. So the bit is that the dual pistols are literally a response to Marathon. That's what I'm hearing, because that would not shock me. Isn't this a gas room? Am I not just going to get gassed? Right. So we do that, and then we have to very quickly rush to the end of this and get the gas mask, I believe, in order to survive. And I just got spiked, and I am not going to make it. Oh my god, where's the exit? Oh, there it is. Okay. Again, really neat game mechanic, TBH. And then, that's right, yeah, we just wait out the gas, and again, I don't know if it's possible to get through there without taking a lot of damage. Like, it may not actually be possible to escape without some damage. And so you end up in this situation that was so common in PC games of this era, where, like, you have this save game where you don't have enough health. And so you load it up, and you're just like, oh, right, this is the save game where I needed to go through that room with, like, 7 guys, and I don't have enough health. And if I die, I go back to the beginning of the level and do a pistol start. And I don't want to, you know? Because then it's even harder, right? What is that sound? Like a distant machinery sound that I've never heard in this game before. That's right. There's a secret room in here, I believe. Or, oh, I thought that was the end of the level, but it's actually, I think it opens a wall somewhere, and then you have to come back here. Video games. Oh, there it is. And yeah, I do want to load up the I'm free level, but I need to turn on cheats to do that. So, shoot 'em. Yeah, all the characters are, you know, digitized from videotape, and you know, there's photos out there, and I think videos of the devs doing that. God damn it, I died. And oh, it actually gives you a warning when your health is low. See, I wouldn't know because as a kid I played the game entirely with cheat codes on. Okay, let's see. Oh right, the I don't think the cheat codes exist in the shareware version. I'll try them anyway. Supposedly you don't need a command line flag. I thought you did. Let me try this. Oh, okay. All right, what's the what is the level warp? Go to. Ah, damn, this doesn't have the special level with the, it doesn't have the test level that I wanted to load. Also, holy hell. Oh, right, I think this is a multiplayer map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a multiplayer map. Well, shit. Here, let me grab Rise of the Triad. One moment. Oh, okay, it makes sense that yeah, because I think some of the staff went on to be in 3D Realms, right? Pretty sure? Yeah, I'm looking for This Causes an Error, which wasn't in there, right? But I'm sure I can just grab the game real quick. Yeah, here's a redump. Yeah, this is the one. Oh God, oh no. It's a bunch of frickin' bin.q files. Disgusting. Who would do that? What kind of monster? Okay, well, can I mount this? You bastards, just give me a zip. Wait, a bunch of bins. Did the CD release of this game have CD audio? That'd be the first I'd heard of it. I mean, nothing would shock me at this point, but still. Yeah, here we go. Is this an ISO? Give me an ISO. No, it's another bin.q, which, I mean, that's what it should be. The problem is not, like, that's what it should be for archival purposes. However, comma, it's inconvenient. Hunt begins. It's almost like people aren't distributing the registered version of this that's illegal to distribute. It's fucked up. God, is the abandonware era ending? No. Well, but Vetusware has it, but you have to log in. God, this is really funny. I know I have, like, I own this game on compact disc, is the thing. I am interested in Exo Win 9X to an extent. A lot of the problem with it is just that it's going to be huge. I know it's going to be huge because, like, we have ExoDOS and it's so huge that we finally just could not convince ourselves to keep a copy of it around, I think. Here we go. Okay, I think I found a copy of the game that I can install. Whoops. Okay. Refresh. Okay, let's see if this is the... Nope, this is the shareware. God damn it. I mean, I'm not shocked, but at the same time... Yeah, that's the thing is yeah, it got re-released. That's why it's not abandonware anymore. But, like, the fact of the matter is, I don't think it makes any difference. Good one, thank you. I don't think it makes any difference if you're gonna get a C&D, you're gonna get a C&D. I don't think it really matters whether the game is all the nonsense about, like, oh well, it's actually abandonware if nobody's selling it. That has never been true. And if you're a corporation, you can just go sue somebody for anything you want, and they lose automatically because they don't have money to go fight you, and it's not worth it. So, like, it never mattered to begin with, but I do get why. Yeah, it looks like everybody who had this wised up. And again, it's funny because, like,
Weapon.
I do own the game. I own the game several times. I just don't know where the hell I put it. And I'm sure I have. Again, it was in ExoDOS, but we removed ExoDOS, so. Okay, is CDI Games Now Playing gonna hit? Oh man, it's having trouble with that one. Oh, and I should also point out that, like, I did get the full version already. It's just in a fucking bin.q, and I just don't immediately have something that'll open it. Because, like, 7-zip, unfortunately, I need to send the 7-zip guy like $2,000 to commission him to implement bin-queue support, because really, honestly, like, this is what we all want. All right, hold up. I'm going to just hit, okay, WinCD email looks like it can handle it. Yes, it can. Okay. Ugh, exhausting. Mount DW, if there's trouble you. Sir? Yeah? Oh, I wonder if that's because, this is a Windows installer? No. Why am I having such a hard time? What the fuck? Whoa. No, okay. It's not actually reading the bin queue correctly. When I try to copy files off of it, Windows is giving me incorrect DOS function, which, pro tip, that's not an error. That's nothing. So let me try a different dump. That said it was a redump, but people have been known to lie. Once or twice it happened. Right, yeah, Windows installer would complain unless there's some weirdness because it's a very, very, very old Windows installer. I mean, who knows? The past is a mysterious place. All right, let me rescan drive. Okay. Oh, all right, this one didn't work at all. Boy, things are going great over here. Hi, welcome to my stream, everybody. How's it going? What the fuck is going on here? Did I just download 3 viruses? Like, what is the deal? Did you download a virus? Did you download... Let me try it again. No. No dice. I have to admit, I'm impressed. Why are these so broken? Well, there's a floppy version. This is all so stupid just because, like, my goal here is to show you one level that takes 10 seconds. However, the problem is I'm mad about it now. So now I really want it to happen. All right, here's a bin talk queue. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. That'll definitely do it. That's when you know they mean business. All right, first things first, can I open the bin in 7-zip? Yes, I can. Oh, okay, that's encouraging. That's encouraging. More like Enku raging. You know what I mean? Because I'm raging. Because I'm very mad right now. I'm not mad. Don't tell the news that I got mad. Okay. I won! Is this... Yeah, I think this is the game. Well, here, let's just find out. Yeah, this is the game. Okay, good. So now... what is it? It's... Okay, there we go. Yeah, we did it. Okay, so the whole joke here is the game has an awful lot of levels, but then the last one is called This Causes an Error. Clive's hat does say that, yes. And this is the level. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. Oh, who's that? Oh, who's that? Oh, it's a wander wall that's been configured on a path that takes it through some other geometry, and oh no! He left the level. This too is an image that has been in my head since I was 5 years old. This has always been there because I got the cheat codes from GameFAQs.com back on dial-up, and of course I went to the end of the. I want to get a tattoo of this. Of course, I went all the way to the end of the list and picked the level that sounded most interesting. Yeah, Rise of the Triad was fascinating because it was essentially a bunch of guys hanging out, just having a good time as bros do, and a game somehow came out of it. You know, the whole thing was just like, at this point, the PC game industry was really moving towards a lot more professionalism, and these guys just decided to stay 4 years earlier. Which, like, more power to them, right? That they could pull it off. The game sold. They didn't not sell the game. You know, they sold quite a few copies of it. It's incredibly well known. It's one of the best known boomer shooters, you know, that actually came out in that era. So, like, you can't really criticize any of it. But at the same time, it really is, you look at it and think like, man, what this could have been if they had been, oh, that's right. Wait, sorry, let me run that again. One thing that bothered me as a kid and still does is that if you press escape to go to the menu and then you press escape while you're on the menu, it shortcuts to the quit game rather than putting you back in the game. Ugh. All right, so let's just let this guy leave again. Also, the fact that they used this texture, which up until that point in the game, I had never seen, was equally terrifying. All right. Push while attempting to escape off the edge of the map. I'm free! That is actually the error message. Sorry, some guy. I'm trying to parse what you just said. No, I just hadn't finished the sentence. No, I think this is one of the best boomer shooters insofar as there weren't a lot of them. That's the thing. Like, this is something I've talked about many times before. But by the way, one of the things I want to have set up in here with the new streaming setup is that now I can actually, if I'm going to talk for an extended period, we can actually go somewhere to do it, which I think is more comfortable than just being on the game screen. Huge improvement. And I think I was going to replace the bathroom set, but honestly, like the Doom 3 bathroom demo energy of this is so good that I'm tempted to just keep it unless I figure out how to, ideally on a long enough timeline, I will figure out how to rip the bathroom from Doom 3. But anyway, yeah, so there were not a lot of first-person shooters in the 90s. There were, I'm going to peg it, in terms of like, if we're not counting like people's so if we're not counting the stuff that came out of that weird game creation engine, which I think I streamed years ago, and if we're not talking about like, no, yeah, if we just leave that out, it's like 50, maybe. Right? Like and that's just off the top of my head. It's like maybe 50. Was it Pie in the Sky that I'm thinking of? Wasn't Pie in the Sky the actual polygonal one? Whereas I think that the game engine I'm thinking of, hang on, let me look it up. It was Pie in the Sky. It's just that that company had two different engines, is what it was. Because didn't they also do Corn Cob 3D? Which I think was based on which I think was based on another engine that they made. Or, oh no, okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm just looking this up for the first time. Okay, I guess I thought Corn Cob 3D was like a tech demo for an engine that they made, but I guess not. Anyway, yeah, so can Clive breathe? I wouldn't call it breathing. Yeah, so there was Doom, there was Duke Nukem 3D, there was Marathon, Quake, Quake 2 counts, Quake 3 counts, right? I guess. So here's the thing: when you say boomer shooter, people never seem to be talking about Return to Castle Wolfenstein, but I think that did come out in the era, right? Actually, maybe that was 2001. Now that I think about it, maybe that was 2001. Oh, it was. Never mind. Sorry. But certainly there were didn't we play Clive Barker's Undying the other day? And wasn't that from like 98? Oh wait, no, that also came out in 2001. Well, heavens. This is where I'm making my point. Yeah, a lot of first-person shooter games in the conventional sense, right? Like, because if you ask Wikipedia, Wikipedia is the website where like 3 nerds can push their neologism, or sometimes just one nerd can push their neologism, and people just get so tired of fighting it that they just give in and start using it. And so I've actually seen people start saying 6th generation game console. No, that's not true. They're 32-bit. They're not 6th gen or like 7th or 8th or whatever. No, it's just, you just call them 32-bit, okay? That's what everybody does. Get over yourself. But yeah, Wikipedia is really good at creating neologisms. and Wikipedia would say that Descent is a first-person shooter, and I'm just like, no. It isn't. I mean, I haven't checked. Maybe it doesn't say that, but I'm just saying, like, yes, it is a game that takes place in first person and you do shooting. It is not a first-person shooter. Those are games where a gun sticks out of the lower right corner of your screen. Fact. Anyway, words mean things. So in terms of like games that are like Doom, there were not a ton, and certainly not enough to say that it was an avalanche. Not really until the 2000s. That's when the first-person shooter became the new platform game. Like I was just saying, Return to Castle Wolfenstein and Undying came out in that era. And like that was an era when first-person shooters were so bread and butter. They were so much the default game to particularly PC developers that what was the name of the freaking fantasy series? The Wheel of Time got a license tie-in. I think it only ever got one license tie-in game, and it was a first-person shooter based on the Unreal Engine, which I still have meant to get. I still not gotten around to playing. No, 800, the third generation console thing has been there for a while, but as far as I know, it literally started on Wikipedia because some hyper pedant decided that they didn't like that they're like, oh, this is insufficiently precise. The way that people talk is wrong and we have to fix it, and decided to do that bullshit. So it's like every single time I hear 6th generation console, I'm like, okay, am I supposed to think Super Nintendo or Sega Saturn? You could have said 32-bit and I would have known exactly what you meant, because we've been saying that for 20 years. But you could say this other thing and then I won't know what the fuck you're talking about. No problem, I guess. No, it's fine actually. No, it's cool. This is definitely helping and not hurting. It's also good how like it hasn't worked. Like the frickin' the Gen Alphas or whatever the fuck we're calling them at this point. They're also not saying this. They're also just saying 32-bit consoles. Anyway, but yeah, no. Actual historians would never use that terminology, particularly because there's no such thing as generations. Generations are a fake idea. They're every sense of a generation is fake. There's no generations for people either. But boy howdy, pedants who are playing it being academics really do like pretending that that's the case. And so they're always trying to find ways to pigeonhole something into a category when it's non-categorizable. And so the fact that, the best example is like, okay, where does the PC Engine land then, right? Because if I call that a 16-bit console, you're going to be whiny about it, but also show it to somebody and then ask them when it came out and what it competed with, and they're going to give you the correct answers. So I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I think 6th gen is PS2, but damned if I know. So anyway. Yeah, so FPSs just were never that big a genre for a long time. Oh, sorry, I just realized since there's no chat on this screen, but I want there to be. Sorry. I'm still getting used to this, and one of the problems is that because part of my layout is done in OBS and part of it is done in or Warudo, it's kind of tough to figure out what to do about scenes like this, because like I would like there to be chat here. The problem is that if I switch the scene in Warudo, it doesn't switch it in OBS. So I would have to build some sort of centralized action and only ever trigger the scene switch from there, and that's really complicated. The other thing I could do it's hard, but if I did certain things, if I built like a local proxy for this purpose, which is not really beyond me, I could actually take the chat overlay from Mixitup and send it over to Warudo to get mixed in. So that's an option. But anyway, the other thing I could do is just do another goddamn NDI stream. I could. Hang on a second. Give me a moment. Hang on, let me go to chat here. Filters. Add. NDI output. Oh, God, this is a bad idea. MIU chat. Apply changes. Okay. All right. Now, if we go over here and we add screen, deactivated. and then we go to NDI. Will it see the source? It does see the source. This is probably going to appear very large. Please hold. Oh yeah, there it is. It always shows up. Things always show up enormous in this program. Okay, and then we just this, by the way, is literally what this feature is for. The reason that you can put dynamic screens in your layout is specifically for chat, so I'm actually using it correctly, and it's also really funny that it's working. Let's see, there we go. I am having such a fucking blast with all this stuff. It really is just so much fun. And wow. That's so good. Yeah, Clive basically has an 8-bit dough. That's how I pronounce it. There's so much NDI. This much NDI would kill a medieval peasant, okay? I'm running like 3 different NDI streams to make this stream work, but like I'll take it. And the fact that it's not only alpha blended, but it's alpha blended with the drop shadow that I added in OBS is just so extra. Yeah, exactly. We right, you won't, even when you're taking a piss, you won't miss the chat. By the way, an interesting thing about this approach. Has anybody really minded that Clive's arms are not moving for the most part? I imagine not. That's not typically a thing people care about, I'm sure. I was doing it before because I felt that it added a little more liveliness to him, but I don't really need to do it if I have a more interesting scene or he's in a more interesting pose. And so I was actually noticing the other day that there's an awful lot more there's an awful lot more I already see the CDI games don't have piss. Thank you. There's an awful lot more focus on facial tracking in the VTuber world than on the rest of body tracking. That's usually very high-end stuff, but so like I realize that most people don't bother with this, but yeah, that's the thing, is that he didn't have an idle animation before, right? And so you really noticed it. But now that I actually have baked in animations, it turns out that I don't mind nearly so much not having the arms, and it makes it so much easier because like I could just leave right now and he wouldn't just go crazy. And also it means I don't need to bother using motion tracking all the time, so I can play other animations. And yeah. Is this the cigarette? The cigarette shouldn't be unlit. Well, the model isn't the best. It is lit, but it's on the end of it, so you can't really see it. Now, I will say, this is an argument for putting the other one in his mouth. There makes a lot more sense. And if we just turn that off, there we go. Though I do also love the idea that he's just holding one and smoking one. That's also really good. But we won't overload things. Also, I should point out that so it is actually possible to make Clive's fingers animate to press the controller. There is a whole mechanism for looking at inputs, keyboard, mouse, and gamepad, and mapping them to like blend shapes or animations specifically for that purpose. And so, like, as far as I know, I probably could do that. The trouble is that because my gamepad is over on one PC and Clive is running on another, there isn't really a way to do that. So yeah, that's a non-starter, unfortunately. But it's totally doable with some ingenuity. Because I could probably I could do some shit like use, I don't know, Joy-to-Key or something like that to allow me to send joystick data from whatever the current joystick is across the network, where it could then just get absorbed, right, by the software. In fact, God, now I'm wondering. So it's funny you bring that up, Zarya, by the way, because thank you, Iron Wolf. I did not think I would be this much into VTubing, especially not doing it this way, but holy hell, I have been so much happier since I made all these changes. It just like it makes it a lot more pleasant to be Clive. Can AutoHotkey do network? Let's see. Send joystick across network. I'm gorgling this. Okay, so it looks like... Okay, it looks like JoyToKey I don't think does it, but does AutoHotkey? AutoHotkey. Because, like, I would do that. Create virtual controller, e.g. using VJoy. And the other thing is, like, I could probably write my own software to do this if need be, because it doesn't need to be instantaneous. And it's also, by the way, it's never going to be synced to the game. That's the other thing, is because it's being rendered on a separate machine. There's going to be so much latency, because we're stacking a whole bunch of latencies here already, right? Okay, so AutoHotkey can do network stuff. Okay, terrific. Well, I've worked with it before, so that might be a way to go about it. I like AutoHotkey. I actually two stories real quick. So first off, I saw I'm sorry, Zaraya had commented that just animate the hands based on the voice. Okay, so about that, it's interesting you should say that, because the blueprint system in here. So I think somebody earlier basically commented to the effect that Warudo is kind of crusty, and it is. Don't get me wrong, it is. But it's just what I grabbed and what I've been learning, because I had to start somewhere. It's one of those things where, like, sometimes when there's a lot of different solutions to a given problem, all you can really do is just pick one and go at it. And if you sit around worrying like, oh no, maybe I'm going to spend all my time learning how to use the bad thing, and it'll all be wasted. Okay, so first off, if you don't use anything, that'll definitely be wasted time. So you need to pick something. And secondly, no matter how different two pieces of software in this field are, there's going to be enough similarities in intent that if you learn one thing, translating it to something else, yeah, it'll take time, but come on, if you're doing this at all, you're wasting time, right? So just accept that to begin with. But also, it takes less time to translate your ideas once you've had them. So if you've never done anything like this before, if you just want to like get into VTubing, I can tell you that you're not going to be wasting your time with Warudo, even if it's not the best thing in the market. If it looks the least bit approachable, then you can just grab it, or grab one of the other things. I don't know, was it VTube Studio, or whatever the fuck there's like 3 competing programs that are all fucking cat themed, I think. Damn, I wonder why, for doing this. And just pick any one of them. Whatever like immediately grabs your interest, just do that. Whatever seems easiest to get into. And then whatever effort you put into it is not going to be wasted, because yes, you're going to have to relearn if you switch to another product, but it really is not going to be nearly as hard as learning in the first place. It's the same as like if I were to switch over to frickin' Krita, there's stuff I could never do in there that I can do in Photoshop, but for the most part, most stuff, there's going to be there's going to be some relearning, but I'm probably going to pick it up pretty quickly. I don't want to, right? I think Photoshop's better for my needs, but the point is, like, if I had to, I could. The GNU image manipulation program is a different story. That thing is an unlearnable piece of shit. But everything else is not like that. So anyway, so I switched over to Warudo, and I immediately started running into limitations, or at least what appear to be limitations. The documentation is not as good as it could be. That's one thing. And so there's a number of things where, like, I started looking into it, and then I came to the conclusion that the problem I was trying to solve was not solved in the program itself. But Warudo is very flexible. I suspect anything in this field probably is. I mean, you can, it has an API. You can write your own scripts and plugins for it, right? So there's that. But also, it has this whole blueprint system, very much like, Unreal or whatever, where they have several hundred, various library modules you can just plug together. And I found, like, there's downsides to that approach, using the blueprint approach. Here, I'll get you a screenshot of one of my blueprints. It's mind-numbing, and it's not as good as just programming in a lot of ways. But, the thing is, it's sort of like a self-documenting system, where once you start to get an idea how things work, that's great, except that you don't know all the syntax and library code and whatnot yet. And so this is sort of like, I'll just make this big here. So obviously what this is doing here could be accomplished in 4 lines of code or something like that, and be easier to follow. However, this shows you all the possible variables and properties and inputs and outputs and overloads. It's basically like self-documenting. It's like a self-documenting code library, right? Where you don't have to go look at a manual for the most part. You just like find stuff that looks like it'll do what you want. Hey, play character idle animation. That sounds like what I want. How does that work? Well, I'll just drag it in and start filling it out. And sure, when you're done, you got this big clunky thing and you're like, I really wish I could reduce this to a single line of code, 12 characters long. That'd be really convenient. But the juice is sort of worth the squeeze in the sense that I have figured out how to do a lot of stuff in this because the visual paradigm meant that I could just look at things and go, oh, okay, so those are compatible with data types and I can shove this thing in there. There are huge pluses and minuses to doing it this way, right? And yes, I was just right off the bat, I was frustrated too with it being like this, but ultimately I think it is more worth it than not. But so for what it's worth, what this is doing, so I run Mixitup on my PC. Mixitup is the thing that it watches chat and it's a stream bot, right? So it watches chat. It's what processes the requests from the redeems on the website. It used to do a lot more, but since I started moving stuff out of it into software like this, it hasn't been under so much, it hasn't been doing so much. Because they're running on 2 separate PCs, if somebody sends me a redeem, Mixup is the thing that processes that redeem, but then it has to, right, Cargo Rock, you're absolutely right. Like if you could press a button to just collapse this into some code and then vice versa, that would be incredible. And maybe there's a way to do it. I don't know. Right. Yeah, Ruby, you're absolutely right. This thing chews up performance. I think I said this earlier, but I have like a first generation Ryzen in this thing. It's like a 1700. I need to upgrade it because even though the CPU says it's not getting hit that hard, I have the feeling it should be running faster than this. Also, I put a GTX 1070 Ti in it because that's what I could get, and I think that that's fine. I'm pretty sure it's not hitting the GPU that hard, but I kind of want to try swapping a more powerful one in there and just see what happens. Anyway, though, so I started out with so I'm using Mixitup to do all my synchronization of everything. So like when you press a button on the redeem site, it sends a webhook which gets picked up by Mixitup, and then Mixitup turns around and plays a sound effect through its overlay or whatever, right? When I started putting stuff into Warudo, I had to get the Mixitup command because the chat bot, the stream bot runs on my PC where I'm gaming and whatnot. So I need that data to make its way over to the other machine. So I have to send it over the network. Well, Warudo supports WebSockets. You can see that message on the left says send a raw string to WS localhost 19190. So I thought a WebSocket was just like, I had thought that WebSockets were just a JavaScript feature to allow websites to connect to arbitrary IPs, and that is true, but it's also this whole separate protocol, like the super high level, like 9th layer protocol that runs inside of HTTP, that's got its own, like, you don't just connect to a WebSocket and send a request. You connect, it establishes a session, like a persistent connection, and then you can have bidirectional communications within that, and there's like multiple verbs and like meta, like there's a ping command that runs inside the WebSocket protocol. Like it's wild. They're doing some shit over there. Maybe everybody else knew this already, but I didn't. So I found out that where it says hit WS localhost 191, you can't do that with curl. You can't do that with wget. You can't do that with anything that runs as a program on your computer. Every single thing that can do that, everything that can connect to a WebSocket and send a message is either a 500-ton unit testing framework or a Node app. End of discussion. That's it. Those are the two options. I couldn't find anything else. And so what I ended up discovering is that Python has a WebSockets library available. And so I wrote a Python script that I can call, I compiled it into an exe using PyInstaller, and I can call it from any other program, and just whatever I send on the command line just gets passed through the WebSocket. And I used Python W so it doesn't pop up a window. So when I press a button on my Stream Deck, or when you trigger a redeem, it sends a WebSocket request over to Warudo. and it picks it up and it triggers this flow where it checks to see which what command you sent. I need to clean that up. I should use a switch case for that. And then it triggers the necessary reactions, right? So this is both, this is bad and good, right? Drunk driving is bad, but it also helps people get to work on time. But that's when it's easy. That's when it's simple, right? That's straightforward enough. But then you get to shit like this. This is the motion tracking configuration, or one small part of it. There's about 3 times more than this. And so when I first got in here, I took a look at this and I'm just like, fuck me. Because it just looks baffling, right? It's like, get character animation. What? Merge bone rotation list. Wasn't that a Tom Waits album? Like, it's a mess, right? And again, there's a whole lot more than this. Well, as you plug away at it, you could eventually start to figure out what these things mean. And again, if it were in code, I don't know that it would actually have been easier. It just would have been more efficient long term, right? At this point, now that I know more things about how the software actually works and what it's doing, it would be a lot quicker for me to implement new things, in code. But I think as far as onboarding and to an extent visualization, because this is also a diagnostic interface. That's the other thing. If you look at those lines, you see how some of them have little tumors floating along them, right? There's little lumps. Every time a event happens, it shows that event flowing down the connection. And that turns out to be incredibly useful for diagnostics, because you can go in and, oh man, the now playing doesn't work in this view. We got to figure this out. No, it'll be there. It'll be there. Guaranteed. Here. I wish to reassure you. There it is. Bone Rotation by Tom Waits. God, that's a good one. Anyway. Right, yeah, it does have sort of a modular synth energy to it. There is some, and that's the thing, right? Is like, to a certain extent, that's how I've been using it, because so here's the deal, right? What we have going on right now is several different sources of animation are being combined to produce Clive. So the basic model has a idle animation that's permanently playing on it. That's the breathing animation, which is like, that happens at a very low level, and I'm not even sure how to turn it off. Oh no, I'm sorry. That is technically, there is a field in the character called idle animation, and I could make him just sit here stock still by playing one that just has no animation at all. But the default one is like breathing or swaying, and that's fine, right? Then on top of that, I'm overriding part of that animation to animate his mouth. Okay. So that has to come from somewhere. And where that's coming from is the VMC receiver coming from VRig Unity, because that's doing like facial motion tracking to figure out if I should like blink or wink or whatever. But also, I need to animate his head so we can look back and forth. You'll notice that's not happening right now, though. And the reason for that is that I actually, because the mouth tracking in VRig Unity isn't very good, I wanted to use audio-based voice tracking instead. And so I had to modify this blueprint to replace just the mouth portion with Warudo's built-in audio-based voice tracking. And this is a Shaggy Dog story, but somebody asked earlier about the wiring up one of the buttons on his gamepad hand to his voice, right? Well, if you look at you see the cigarette, you see how it's bouncing once in a while? Yeah, I wired that up to the E vowel. So every time I say an E, or maybe it was ooh. Here, let's see. A, E, O. I'm not sure. Maybe it is A. Ooh. Not sure. It's kind of vague anyway. But anyway. So. Wait, Bespoke is the name of a DAW? I did not know that. Ruby, I made him, he is a heavily modified version of somebody else's model, which I was actually demonstrating elsewhere on the earlier in the stream. I was I don't want to go back and do it at the moment just because it's inconvenient. Otherwise, I would love to. But if you watch back the VOD later, like 20 odd minutes in, I actually go through the whole history of Clive and how I've modified his model. You said one of my chest polygons moves when I talk. Oh my god. Oh shit. I have to fix that. I've never noticed that before. Okay, so I'll explain. Okay, in VRM or in VTube models, there's a thing called a blend shape, which I don't know if that actually came from Blender. It probably did. But basically, when you're modeling something, at least in Blender, maybe this applies in other modelers too, you can position the vertexes in several different keyframes, basically, which are called blend shapes. And so, for instance, Clive's tape door is a blend shape. So, oh shoot, where's the button for it? Oh, I have to go to my own redeem site. Please hold. Okay, so when I eject his tape here, you'll see the door open. There we go. And the way that's working is that I actually grabbed the tape door and drugged the vertices into a new position and then saved that as a blend shape. And the way that works is you can then program, so you can tell that blend shape to blend at a level of 0 to 1 or any float value in between. So I'm animating the door open and then animating it closed. Well, likewise, his mouth has a collection of different shapes, one for A, E, I, O, and U, and they're called A, E, I, O, and U. And as I'm talking, the voice detection is decoding my voice and looking for formant frequencies that suggest different vowels. And then the level of certainty that it has for every given vowel is converted into a float value and fed into those blend shapes, so that as I'm talking, his mouth is a combination of any vowels I might be making at the moment. So probably, if we pay close attention, as I make different vowel sounds, we can probably see distinct mouth shapes. A, O, E, A, O. Yep. Right? But they can also be combined. The tape in the deck is Fat Worm Blows a Sparky, and I'm going to show you. That's a real game, by the way. And I'm going to show you because nobody out there had a low poly model. I kept looking up, like I was willing to pay for one, right? Oh my God, the tape door does open the other way around. Okay, you're absolutely correct. I own one of these. I know that, but I 100% forgot about it, and I'm just going to go ahead and say, nah. I know that Sinclair absolutely would have reused the mechanism they already had, but I'm pulling an artistic license here because it would be really inconvenient if the tape door opened down. Other than the fact that, like, if his door popped open while he was walking around, the tape would fall out and land on the ground, right? So that would be embarrassing. So I guess there is some value to it, but it would then make the joke that we're doing here impossible. Anyway, I'm going to show you a picture of this tape, but like, so for instance, I was looking for low polygon tape models, right? And I found like this one here on one of those websites. And I already had started deleting some polygons in the process of trying to improve it, but I haven't. So the hole in the bottom left is not supposed to be there. For one thing, I don't know what's going on here because in the lower right it says, "You're wise to me. Now you call you. Everyone has a dog to step with me. Now I want to see you take care of the dragon." Now, I don't think that those are real lyrics to anything. I'm pretty sure, but I'm terrified that there might be. Anyway, this is like a 2800 triangle model, and I'm like, no, we don't need that. And every one I looked at was more. Like, I was seeing like low polygon, and then it's like 8500 polys, and I'm like, really? No, I don't think those are track titles. Those have got to be lyrics. It feels like the sticker you'd get on like a Sega Master System. You know, like the weird copy that Japanese electronics companies would put on stuff. Just like bizarre, sort of like feel good, unmarketing in English that like the people who made it didn't understand it, and the people who bought it also didn't understand it. So anyway, so I got this one, and this was completely unsatisfactory. And after beating away at this for a while and just making no progress trying to like reduce the polygon count in anybody's model, I was just like, this is too much. This is stupid. I can model my own shit. So I modeled my own shit. So this here is the tape. This is Fat Worm Blows a Sparky for the ZX Spectrum. And I was not going to take the time to airbrush out the Alamy logo because no one's ever going to see it. Now, this is low poly, 97 of them. And even that I think I could have done better on, all right? The the Getty Images watermark. EA Sports. The Getty Images watermark is in the game. Anyway, yeah, got it down. Oh, yeah, here we go. I've got the wireframe comparison. Yeah, there you go. I had to bevel it, so I ended up having a couple more. But yeah, that's the comparison between mine and then the one I downloaded. I mean, look at this. They got thousands of triangles on the cogs inside the tape. They modeled the screw heads. That's not low poly. Get out of here. Somebody made a comment earlier about furries want to make you look at the paw pads, and like, okay, the bottom of his feet did not look good, and I had to retexture them, and yes, I did add paw pads, but the thing you have to understand is, if you look at those, you can tell what those are made out of. That's that foam rubber that you get on 80s stuff that has completely degraded. So as he walks around, he leaves little bits and like flecks of black stuff on the floor. He's sorry, okay? Now, another thing is, this is the wireframe of the shoes that I showed off. I mentioned I had these boots that were just obnoxiously too polygynous earlier, and this is what they looked like. None of that's texture. Those are vertices. This is like 45,000 triangles. I didn't realize it until I'd imported it, and it took like 5 fucking minutes for Blender on a goddamn... sorry, what CPU do I have? I can never remember the AMD model numbers. I'm on a fucking Ryzen 9 7950X, and it took like over a minute to import this model. It was ridiculous. Yeah, so I was talking to somebody earlier about this, and I said, like, yeah, if he'd started using Rubber Rejuvenator on his everything, like about 30 years ago, he'd be doing a lot better. But couldn't we say that about a lot of things? Anyway, also, for anybody who wasn't here earlier, I gave him a tail. You can't see the tail because of the angle, but yeah, I think that has been subdivided. You can't see the tail easily because of the angle, but the story with the tail that I gave him is I couldn't figure out what tail he would have had. The one the ProtoGen model originally had was this bushy kind of squirrely thing that I did not like. And so I'm like, well, that's not going to work, but I didn't know what else to do with it. So I just never gotten, the tail is clipped into the chair right now, unfortunately. If I turn off the chair, you can probably see it. Here, let's see. Somebody said earlier they liked the image of him just floating in midair. There's the tail. Yeah, this is kind of... Okay, here's the problem. This is sort of a vibe, but it also makes him look like he might be 15 feet tall or like sitting in a dollhouse. So, because the perspective foreshortening is so messed up and because there's no shadow cues. But in any case, yeah, there is a tail there. You're not going to see it very often unless I play the dancing animation. But I couldn't figure out what sort of tail he would have because he's a nothing. Like, he's not a... Exactly, right. If he was a Sinclair... Like, my take is he's not an animal, he's a robot, and so he just wouldn't have any kind of like natural animal tail. But I couldn't figure out what he would have. I tried modeling like just a piece of basically rubber flex conduit, and it just didn't look good. It wasn't selling because it wouldn't have read. I don't think you'd have to be cleverer than me to make it work, I think. And so finally, in desperation, I just went to a 3D model site and typed in tail and started scrolling, and I found this dragon tail that just looked ridiculous. But I thought, you know what? Actually, of course he would not have been issued with that from the factory. But he might have gone out and bought it secondhand. Because, like, he definitely has tried to make improvements to himself here or there, right? He's done his best. But it's just whatever he can get, right? So I figured that he probably got one that came off a different model computer. So in this case, this is because Dragon Computers went out of business. So he got this one off a Dragon 3264. 32/64. And it's just sort of a novelty promotional tail that they would have made. I think that was Daria's idea, I want to say. That was a real good one. But you'll notice another thing here, which is he did get a good deal on it. It's the only reason he could afford it. This thing was like $25. God damn it. Yeah, that bad dragon joke works, unfortunately. Fuck. Anyway, you'll also notice here, this is part of the Clive New Legs era that I abandoned, that I was talking about earlier. So those are the lower half of the crash test dummy legs I tried giving him. However, another friend had suggested that I try using the Unreal Engine mannequin to see, and the vibes did not work. I did give it a shot, but it was not the correct vibe for what he's all about. But it was an idea for a bit. And then this is with the rest of I tried also replacing his whole ass with the crash test dummy ass because I liked the idea of the ball joints, right? I thought, man, wouldn't it be neat if he had these nasty, like crusty hinge joints? So that seemed like a good idea, and I could have done it, but I tried it. The vibes were just not right. So that was nothing. And then in desperation, when this was all done here, I did try putting a pair of Crocs on him because I thought maybe that would fix it. That also didn't fix it. And then I tried the boots after that. Oh, that's right. I do have a picture. Yeah, here's a picture of the boots with all the polygons intact. Look at those fucking things. They're ridiculous. This is also when I was trying to figure out if I could resize his thighs, and that was a bad idea as well. So lots of terrible notions here. It's like I said earlier, it's the creative process.
TBF, given the cool upgrades you can do to Spectrum's IRL. I think as long as you have the vibes down you can go ham.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it does make sense that that he can replace parts of himself with, like, completely inappropriate ones as long as they're very inappropriate, right? The more anachronistic, etc., the better. So, you know, there's options here. But, just... Oh, that's the other thing, right? So I was saying earlier that I improved the pause, and so here's what that looks like. So this is what the hand looked like originally, which is just terrible, and this is what I changed it to. It's just night and day. I redid all the textures, and I found out that Blender has this feature called proportional editing that nobody had ever told me about before. A friend told me about it, and it's just, gosh, it is a game changer because in order to, yeah, exactly, the UV mapping on these drove me nuts. Oh, I should delay the mic audio? I don't know if I can, I don't know if it's actually possible for me to do that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, because the the problem is that the audio is being ingested on my main PC and into OBS directly, but then the audio for Clive is going, I actually have a Rode Go mic hung on my collar, and that's being picked up by an RF receiver over on the Clive box. And there's really just nothing I can do about that, because the thing is that, like, I need my audio to be in sync with any games that I'm playing. Clive's mouth is a lower priority at that point, and so I don't really have a way to engineer this where he can be delayed without screwing up everything else. So such is life. Maybe I'll figure out better things in the future. Maybe I will switch eventually to an approach where my mic goes into the Clive box and my PC doesn't actually do the streaming itself, but I'm not there yet. Maybe at some future date. Anyway. So, yeah, I spent like 6 hours, 8 hours, man, God, probably more than that, over the last couple of days just overhauling this model, and I'm just astonished at how much better the hand looks. See, I shrunk the claws down, and proportional editing allows you can grab a set of triangles or just one triangle and drag it around, and it'll affect all the triangles around it proportionally based on fall off. So you can, I grabbed the claws, isolated them, and then turned on proportional editing and shrunk them, and the fingers followed, right? So that worked, and then I had to UV map the hands. That took me 60 or 80 tries to get usable UV maps. That sucked. And of course, I had to hand tweak them. And then when I was all done, I was like, I had done one finger, and I'm like, fuck this, I'm not doing the rest. So I just deleted them, copied that one finger, and then adjusted the size and re-welded it to the original vertices. So basically, I've remade 2/3 of the hand, right? And then I gave him a much more sensible layout with regards to the like friction pads, because originally I had it across the whole back of the hand. That doesn't make any sense. So that's a huge improvement. And then in the middle of this, I just got this screenshot of him vibing with the transformation gizmo, and this was just like, this right here is one of my favorite images that I've ever created. He's having such a good time. He's not done being upgraded yet, but he's got his new hands, he's got his tail, and he's just having a grand old time dancing with the transform gizmo. and I envy him. You know, I wish I was having having this good a time with anything happening with me. I if I ever put out an album, this is going to be the cover. It's already square, right? Just great stuff. Yeah, like I said, I've been having a good time with this. Guy had so many problems with blend shapes when I was trying to get those hands to work. Another thing is I discovered while I was fucking with Warudo that you can put a virtual screen in it in your environment, just like that one you see with the chat in it, and that's loading a web page. But you can have it load any web page, and so I had it load Wikipedia, and I did not point it to the page for Cock and Ball Torture, but either way, it wouldn't have mattered because just sitting here on the title screen, this punched my NDI stream from like 30 megabits per second to 120, and I'm not exactly sure why. I don't know what codec NDI uses, but this one just wrecks it. I don't know why. I know it's a lot of pixels, but like this isn't not a lot of pixels, right? It should have encoded better than that. So yeah, weird shit. Let's see, do I have any other entertaining screenshots here? So I already had my screenshot folder open. One thing that's frustrating about Warudo is that it's a Steam app, and it has to be a Steam app because they're using the Steam Workshop for sharing assets. And indeed, it's very useful. I got a bunch of assets from there. The problem is that means that it has to be running from a signed-in Steam account, and I didn't have one of those on this machine, and I play games out of Steam, right? So if I logged in on one machine, it would kick me off on the other. I mean, you can be logged into Steam on two machines, but you can't be running a game on two machines at once, right? And so, as soon as I tried to launch another, quote unquote, another game, it would force me to log out on the first machine. So it's like, it's a mess. In any case, yeah, that existential dread I think was there from the last stream, like a week or two back. And it just stays there in between streams. So, all right, I think that's all of my screenshots. I do have a video clip that I made, which is Clive vibing in the gray room. The problem is that it has a Radiohead song that I put over it, so I can't play that on the stream, but hang on a second here. Let me, can I mute this? There we go. Yeah, so I was fucking around. I just at one point had accidentally combined a number of animations. I just got this moment of him looking really, just contemplative, and I'm like, I should put some Radiohead over that. So I did, but I don't want to get my channel deleted, so... Anyway, yeah, been having a good time with Clive lately, even if he's having a bad time. That's the thing. Like Clive is in a sense a kind of a misery homunculus for me, because he is very much a meditation on what it's like to have your body falling apart. Something I wouldn't know anything about. So yeah, I created him on a whim. As a joke. Yeah, he's not as bad as roast beef. But I created him on a whim and then slowly realized that I had not created him on a whim, and that very much there was a point to all this. I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. But the thing is, what are we doing here in our lives if we're not, trying to entertain ourselves to push through the bad times. And that's sort of him in a nutshell, because he's doing so much worse than I am. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I just looked up and saw the fucking cigarette. I was going to say, the Shaggy Dog stories with me never end with me actually telling the fucking story. I always forget along the way. I was going to say, in order to get the mouth blend shapes to work with the voice tracking, I had to build the voice tracking by hand because the wizard for doing it is only compatible with other tracking modes. So I had to teach myself how to build the voice tracking. And once I was done, I discovered that the voice tracker outputs each of the vowels as separate float values, which you then plug into the facial blend shape generator. And so I'm like, oh, fuck it. If it's a float value, I can use it for other stuff too. So I just wired it into a float addition module that modulates the height of the cigarette based on the E vowel or something like that. So that's the story. That's why I explained all those things. It's just so I could explain that. There we go. Oh boy. Gosh, I guess I've been streaming for about 2.5 hours. I hope everyone's had a good Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's been a hell of a year. You know, it's been really tough. In a lot of ways I don't want to talk about, and a few that I've talked about at length, and a few that I'm still dealing with, and things are not all the way better yet. But you know, we're getting by, right? We're pushing through it. I'm pushing through it, which, believe me, that shocks me more than it shocks you. It's been really tough, and I keep having hard times, and I'd say they're not getting any better, but you know, they've gotten better. I've actually gone out and seen friends lately. I haven't done that in a long time. Still have not recovered from the Corvid, etc. Many other things semi-related or unrelated to the Corvid. But yeah, I'm getting by, and I hope you are too. I'm going to break for a few minutes and make a decision on whether I want to continue streaming. I feel like I probably will, but I just need a breather. Let's find out what's on my break screen.
All right.
Weapon!
Congratulations. I still am not sure what I want to do. How's everybody else feeling? Should I? Been on for about 2 hours 40 minutes, and it's like I don't know if I should I do something else? Should we play another video game? Are we into that? Do we like video games here? SVG test card. I too have never heard of that. I googled BBC test card. I don't know if I used the SVG one or not. Wouldn't surprise me. Skate thing. The skate thing. Skate thing. Oh my god, that's missing me. Skate thing? Skate thing. Ah, shit. This is not ringing a bell at all. Oh no, I feel like I should know what you mean. I'm a furry because I've always been a furry. Like forever. Video games? Are video games real? Somebody said I should break some. You know what? The nice thing about Hard Space Shipbreaker is you don't need to think about it that hard. Yeah. Oh, that thing from the 360 stream? God, I don't have a 360 or an emulator set up, so I'm afraid that's gonna be a no-bill Easy Rider. I should play a skate game at some point. That seems wise. Let's see, we do that, and then I gotta set up my scene transitions. I gotta figure out how to do that. But for the moment, bonk. Oh no, I have to turn off the embedded screen. We got 2 chats. Boop. There we go. Technically, I could just always have the chat in there, but anyway. Oh, right. That's right. Give it a moment. Bonk. Well, that's not right. Let's... Oh, right. We need to move him up. Oh, gosh. That looks like weirdly good. And then do that. There we are. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's video games to me. We can do this. In the old live stream, you don't have a model, but in the new live stream, you have a model. That sounds really deep. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I respect it, all right? All right? Okay. Let's play this video game for a little bit. There's pie in the house, but now doesn't feel like the right time for it. Boy, that's a lot of debt. Congratulations, Starb. You immediately figured out the whole theme of the game. So one of the funny things about that, actually, when I first played this game on stream, I then went off and had like a big old crash out about it, because it is so very much about capitalism and how it does bad things to us. But exactly, yeah, this is like playing Elite, except that you're the guy working at the shipyard, not the guy buying the ship and leaving in it.
Goodbye.
But yeah, this is have a good night, CJ. I assume you're leaving. This is a game about a distant future where you are a shipbreaker, a person who takes apart spaceships with very poor training and no safety equipment, mirroring a real-world job where people die constantly for very little pay. And the whole theme of the game is debt slavery, because you start out with a debt of like $1.1 billion. And the one thing I'll say is, like, I was making a quip, obviously, the first time I played this, about how you're never going to whittle all that debt down, but I have been, because I think I started at like 1.8, and I've put a really big dent in it, and it hasn't been that many shifts. So I know it's going to turn out to be, it's going to turn out to be hundreds and hundreds of shifts, but like that's a job, right? Like you do generally tend to work those hundreds of times a year. So like it's not as bad as it could be. Yeah, I play on a 2110 monitor, so it actually could be wider. I play on a 2110 monitor, and I'm not interested in shrinking it to 16:9 just for streaming. So this is what you get instead. We'll find out whether Clive is too big. It could be that he's in the way of the part of the game, and we'll deal with that when we get to it. I have no idea what happens when you pay off the debt. But what I was going to say is just the reason it looks so shocking is mostly because I haven't done the math to figure out what your actual effective rate of pay would be. But basically, in the future, the suggestion is that there'll be hyperinflation, right? So if you look at like your daily rent on your apartment, basically is $12,500. Okay, well, if we convert that back into like realistic today money, that's like you just knock off the bottom two zeros, right? And then all of a sudden, if we do that, it turns out that, yeah, okay, you're in a lot of debt, to be clear, but not nearly what it looked like. And you're making a lot of money every day. So I don't know if the developers, like, I don't know if they failed to make the point they were making, or if there's more to this, and like later the debt suddenly goes up a lot more, or what. Maybe it's the case that like the average player is not going to get anywhere close to whittling this down. Maybe that's part of the bit. But like a whale, a person who plays this game, constantly, is going to whittle it down. And doesn't that say something about, etc. But either way, the point is, once you take the hyperinflation out, like the numbers are not as shocking as they first appear. I know there's more to it, but I'm just saying. Okay, yeah, I figure it's not that straightforward. But the point is that like a lot of the reason that it looks so shocking at first is just because of the hyperinflation, and that part at least is not was lost on me and has stopped being lost on me. Okay, let's see. How fucked up is all my gear? Not that fucked up. Okay. I do have some tokens. Let's see. Is there anything that I have not bought a durability upgrade for yet? This thing, but I'm not using it that much. So. Let's see. Is that. We'll buy the fuel capacity upgrade. Yeah, Trig, honestly, let's just like not get into the writing because I have a lot of frustrations about the writing. But they're trying their best. All right, we'll just do that. All
right, kids. I want to try
Oh God, we're getting dialogue.
Back in the 21st century, some of the most successful leaders combined aspects of mysticism into their management style. We're gonna try something called yoga. We'll start with Steiner.
Huh? What?
I'm gonna turn off your
the dialogue in this game is really bad, except for Weaver.
Okay.
I like Weaver.
I'm in the middle of moving a fuel cell road. No. No!
Okay, now breathe.
So there's this whole ongoing plot about this. Have a good night, 800. There's this whole ongoing plot about this dipshit middle manager that they sent down.
I'm drifting!
To look at to peer over everyone's shoulders because there's a union thing going on, and the union plot is not good.
No! Help!
Clearly not a lot of leadership potential in you, Lou.
So you just have to sort of wait through these.
God! Rose, you psychopath!
We'll try this again another time.
But eventually they shut up, and then you don't have to listen to them for the rest of the mission. Okay, thank Christ. At first I wasn't that bothered by it, but like as time goes on, man, you really just start going like, can you just shut up so I can play the game? There is a free play mode, but like I wanted to participate in the progress mechanics, etc. And there are elements of the story I like. Just unfortunately, there are also plenty that I really don't.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Yeah, you're supposed to hate him. It's too on the nose is the problem. That's the issue with it, is like, yeah, sure, okay, they have constructed a functioning story here about this thing. The trouble is just, in my opinion, that it's just a bit too obvious and unsubtle, which, like, what do you expect, really? But, it just... And then parts of it are just utterly tone deaf, so... Soundtrack is a top 10. Soundtrack's perfect. And Weaver's good. I like Weaver. So let's see real quick. Let me get my bearings here. So I was working on this ship the other day, and I can't remember what the hell I was doing. I think I had a gas tank explosion because something. I think I missed something with my damn torch and set off the fuel tank. That's what happened. And then I got frustrated and quit. I saw something here needed the processor. So for anybody who has not seen this yet, the idea is that you're taking this ship apart. You basically have a laser torch and a gravity gun, and not a whole lot else. And you have to saw this thing up, and then oh right, no, I can't cut that. Oh, okay. You have to saw this thing up manually, and then dispose of it in the appropriate receptacle. There's either there's a furnace for soft metals, and then there's a processor for tougher things. And did I just send that to the right one? Yes, I did. Okay.
Applying credits to account.
And then you've got other stuff like, you know, if you find anything that's like actual valuable, like electronics and whatnot, that you have to send to the barge down below where it gets recovered. So you don't want to, there we go. You don't want to accidentally send something valuable into the wrong, oops, like I just did there. There we go. That one almost went into the processor, but it's supposed to go into the furnace, and if it goes in the wrong one, you can't get it back.
Material deposited.
So for some reason with this one, and I don't know why, but for some reason with this particular ship, I apparently started taking apart this section first in its entirety. I don't know why. I'm also not sure why my character is breathing heavy like that. Is there something going on that I'm not noticing?
Salvage deposit confirmed.
Is this a plot thing? What am I missing? Huh.
Salvage secured. Applying credits.
Hey, Trek. Oh man, I love the new Clive look. It's just automatically better. I'm glad everyone is liking him. Okay, well, I apparently stripped this whole thing. Oh, except for, oh, hello. Okay, there we go. Gotta get these out. Oops. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to spin the thing. The physics objects in this sometimes will just sort of misfire, and like I don't think I should be able to move that whole section of the ship that easily. But when you hit something with a physics object, it sort of does the math wrong, and so you'll often get that sort of thing. Now there's other ways to. Wow, is that thing just wedged in there? Damn. I could cut the, what's going on here? I'm having such a hard time getting these things out of here. I could cut the end off this thing in order to get this stuff out more easily. But, then I'd potentially lose some of the material in the process, and it's also more effort and time, and I only have 8 minutes left in my shift, because I had to get my bearings. There we go. Okay. So we'll work a little faster here. We'll send that guy over there with a tether. Right, and yeah, like, I don't know how much they expand on this, but it's made pretty clear that, like, the orbit, like, Earth itself is a shithole now, and also it's surrounded by just a lot of garbage in orbit, which we know that's what's going to happen, right? You know, let's not start naming names just because we're having a good day so far, but basically, we know that corporate interests are going to start, you know, basically sending stuff up and just going like, no, we don't need any plans for getting it back down. It'll just, you know, it'll just be up there. So we're going to end up with an awful lot of satellites up there that don't belong to anyone, but are keeping themselves in orbit, or just not decaying for a very long time. And, yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be great. Definitely won't be bad at all. Okay. I think Oh, these doors. I've never figured out how to remove doors effectively. They're only worth $1,000. It's not really worth my time to rip those off. So let's see. Can we just... Can we pull this thing? Yeah, okay. I guess it's not as heavy as I thought it was. Kind of wasted a tether there, but what can you do? Furnace, right? Yeah, furnace. There it goes. Yeah, those Canon, any of the B4 lenses are generally, they just take 12 volts, yeah, if you know where to put it. God, the soundtrack's good. Is that gonna hit? Okay, good. Okay, got low oxygen. Do I need more tethers? No, I'm still good for the moment.
Welcome to Vintage Rock 9000. Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Will these coolant tanks just pull off, or do I have to purge them first? I think I have to purge them, right? Like I said, I had sort of a bad time the last time I was playing this. I forgot what I was doing.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
Ooh. Oh, wait, was that part of what happened? Did I, like, blow up a coolant tank last time?
Deposit accepted.
Maybe that was part of what went wrong. Still getting that heavy breathing. I don't remember there being anything going on that would necessitate that, lore-wise. Pardon me, I'm also reading chat. Man, off the top of my head, I can't remember how to deal with any of this stuff. I think, don't I just blow the cut points and that's it?
You got 5 minutes left in this shift, Terry.
Well, let's find out.
Before they turn the lights out on you. We were out.
Okay, yeah. All right, with the coolant modules, you just do that.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Oh, shit. Ah, damn it, I missed.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
When you blow up a good piece of salvage, like if you fail to, if you like miss and blow up a good piece of salvage, sometimes the suit voice says, "Salvage destroyed. Don't do that." So I had to go into the game files and figure out how to pull that out, because are you kidding? And I found a couple of good things in there. The first thing was, well, that. But then the second one is I don't know contextually where it appears in the game. But I'll just play this sound effect here if you'll give me a moment.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I do have a narrative comment to make about the game with regards to the names of the ships. So, I assume this is proc gen. I know to some extent the ships are pre-planned in that, if you're playing a tutorial mission, it needs to give you one that has the thing you're supposed to be tutorializing, right? But I don't know if any of the ships are actually like, I don't know if anybody manually named these ships, or if they're all procedurally generated. But the thing I always think about is, there was a time when ships had names for a reason, and wow, I think I blew up all the upper coolant tanks. Or maybe they were always like this. Maybe these ones just weren't populated, I'm not sure. There was a time when ships were named, by somebody and had some sort of meaning to them. Not always, like the ships owned by governments. It's just like, oh, no. I think for a very long time, ship names all had some kind of meaning to somebody, right? Maybe it wasn't a very personal meaning, right? Maybe it was just like named after some fucking, military leader or whatever. But they meant something, right? And then you go look at like, I found out about this when the whole Ever Given fiasco was happening, and somebody pointed out that that ship was the only one of its sister ships to have a link on Wikipedia, which is very funny and also very bad. You never want that to happen.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Picked up a fuel rod. Maybe I'm being irradiated. Well, my health isn't going down, so I wouldn't think so. Interesting idea, though. Maybe. But if you look at the names of the other ships that were, built alongside the Ever Given, there's also like they're all Ever something. And I also know that a lot of ships owned by shipping companies, they have names, but they're just like the name of the company and then something. Basically, ships need to have a name, right? And if you're building them, en masse and using them en masse, then at some point,
They get a move on, but you know that already.
At some point, obviously, you're going to start making ships that have meaningless names, right? That's the moral of the story. And so, what I find interesting about this is that the procedurally generated names in this don't really have that feeling. Like, some of them do, but a lot of them don't. Like, this is Luminous Mathis is the name of this ship. And that doesn't feel like a corporate vessel. It feels like something that maybe somebody owned. Maybe somebody gave a shit about. Because, you also think about the,
Transferring credits.
sort of the romanticism that we attach to the sea and to, being a ship captain. There was some validity to that in terms of culture, cultural perceptions by the people who crewed and commanded them back in the day. And to some extent, I'm sure there still is. Oops, missed one. Right, yeah, Exxon Valdez, right? There's like, okay, so the heavy breathing is just I'm reacting to something somewhere. Okay, good enough. Yeah, I think Exxon Valdez was one of many ships named Exxon something, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, but a lot of these ships feel like they have real names. And it reminds me of, there's a song.
Lynx mandates a maximum of 8 hours of sleep. Any extra sleep time will be docked from the next pay cycle.
Let me find this song. What was it? Yeah, here we go. There's a... Let me look this up. Right. Yeah, so, many years ago, a friend of mine was deeply involved in the Brony fandom, and he had met all the voice actors, and one of them, Ashley Ball, was in a band called Hey Ocean, and I don't know if they're a known value or if only because of her, but I have not listened to them except for one song which he sent me, which is a great song. It's called Jolene, and I really like the song, but it seems to be notionally about being in a band. How about that? And there's a verse that begins with, "So this old van becomes a vessel, a beast of burden, and a home," which is an incredible piece of poetry. Anybody who's owned an old car that they had for a long time that was never reliable, but it was still the car you had, and there's other analogies for this, has had the experience of getting very attached to it in a very I fucking hate this thing, but it's what I have sort of way. And there's also a trope in, pardon me, there's also a trope in a lot of, media about ships. The idea that if you're a ship captain, it doesn't matter how much your ship sucks.
You're up here to help your family, right?
God, we're doing this again.
for my fam.
Let's just wait out this dialogue.
Pacifica, but it costs a ton. Yeah, it's tough. There's 5 of us. My solo, Dad, Mom, little sis Marlena, and myself. Well, it should actually be 6. Lost my older sis Makoto a few years ago. She's the one who should be here. She applied, even got accepted, but then she got sick. Real sick. And yeah, non-citizens can't take care, so here I am.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I didn't know about your sister.
It's okay. You actually remind me a lot of her, Lou.
Aw, hi. I know it's tough, but we've got your back.
Thanks, Lou.
Yeah, so anyway. Yeah, it's really funny how Fade to Black transitions were 4x3 for a long time. Even after 16:9 monitors became popular, and they finally got that worked out. Fuck you. We're doing it again. Okay, let me think about this real quick, because this is still pressurized, right? Yeah. So I was looking into this because I was talking about this a bunch on the last stream, and yeah, there's no way to depressurize these things without doing it catastrophically. Oh, one moment. Pie? I will take pie, thank you. Oh, the whipped cream didn't quite did it. I've been given pie, and I'm gonna have to stop and eat it in a couple of minutes here. Anyway, hey, look, shoehorned romance. Everything about the story in this game is shoehorned. So I was talking in the last stream about how I'm not exactly sure how you're supposed to depressurize pressurized ships, because every method I found for doing it results in explosive decompression, or at least violent decompression. And there's these atmosphere processors that can depressurize parts of the ship, but I couldn't figure out if it was like a Towers of Hanoi game that you're supposed to play with them. No. Nope. There's just no correct way to do it. This is an unsolved problem. Every method for doing it is a way of lessening the impact of explosively decompressing the ship. There are people who've gone through and tried every single method exhaustively for hours and hours and have not found any solution. I could have sworn the game told me there was a way to do this. And there was a whole tutorial thing with the atmosphere processors, but like, they just don't work. They don't do anything useful. And so every single technique that anybody online talks about, they're all ways of it's just harm reduction. Because if you decompress a ship while you're in it, there's a very good chance that something is going to fly over and hit you and kill you. And if you're outside of it, then there's a chance that stuff will fly out and get lost, or that it'll hit things and destroy them or whatever, and there's just no good way around it. And right, exactly. The fact that there's no really safe way to do it, it jibes with the meta. It jibes with the narrative, in the sense that, yeah, the whole joke is you're standing there going like, well, then how are we supposed to do it? And the company is shrugging at you and going, who cares? Just do it. And then you just have to do it, and just don't get killed, right? It's easy as that. But I don't know if that's what was intended, or if, I don't know. Anyway, so it's a frustrating thing at first. But once I accepted that I wasn't missing something, it's just like, okay, that's how we do it. And it seems silly, but, at least it's the game. Anyway, but the problem is that sometimes you can't exactly tell what's going to cause it. And so like here, I know this is an airlock, or a pair of airlocks, I should say. But I'm not exactly sure how much cutting I can do here before I wreck these. Because I think this is, yeah, so this is, this appears to be 2 airlocks, but it's really one that's just double wide. Now I know that if I go down the middle of this and cut those right there, if I cut that right there, it'll break this airlock and potentially cause problems. So I don't want to do that, but I would like to release all this and get rid of it. I would love to do that. So I'm never really sure what to do in these situations. The other thing is that we have to bomb these, and I think, yeah, okay, so with the coolant tanks gone, God, this is going to eat up so many demo charges. Holy hell. Because I don't think there's any way to... Yeah, no, I just have to do one on each one of these. Gosh, that sucks. And then once that's done, then I'm going to have to, then I have to saw it up manually to get the, then I have to saw it up manually to get the 2 parts apart, I think. Oh, yeah, that's all I had on hand. Still hate that sound effect. The explosives are cool, though. I do like those. Okay, let's go fill up on those. I think I got rid of everything here that's dangerous, so I'm pretty sure I'm good to go ahead and bomb the whole thing.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Have a nice day.
5? Is that all? Is that all I can have?
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Yep. Apparently I'm full up. Are those tanks actually hovering? I hit them a couple of times. I figured it didn't really make a difference. Like I'll push them in now or later. Doesn't really matter.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Anyway, so yeah. So what I was gonna say is, there's this trope in media about ships that if you're a ship captain, it doesn't matter how much the ship sucks. It's your ship, and at least there's that, right? You know, it may be the most dire vessel ever to sail whichever sea you're on, but it's yours. And there's also a narrative, because I read all the Master and Commander books, right? That was actually just one of them. No, I'm sorry, they were all called Master and Commander, right? It was the Far Side of the World. That's the part that didn't make it into the name of the movie. Anyway, I read all those books, or most of them anyway. I should check. And I liked them. I'm a big dipshit for the sea. Big fan of ships over here. And over the course of the books, I can never remember the names of the characters. It's been years. But anyway, the protagonist gets command of a succession of more and more impressive ships. Right? He doesn't start out with the best thing in the fleet, even though he does end up getting there eventually. And yet you never stop loving the ships you used to command, right? Because they were yours, and that's the thing that matters. And you see this in Star Trek. It's in Voyager. It's in it's all over the place, right? So I think a lot about the potential here for in a story like this of talking about addressing the fact that these are all ships that meant something to somebody once upon a time, right? And to be clear, it's sort of a how to put it. They meant something to someone, but also, it was probably one of two types of person, right? Either somebody who was technically rated, right? Like the lowest paid, least the least skilled captain in the entire merchant marine, on the one hand, for like cargo haulers, but then there's like military vessels and presumably just general commercial or even personal vehicles have got to be in here. You're not given a history on any of these things you're taking apart, is the point, right? And so you wonder at some point, man, did any of these ships mean something to someone at some point? Was there a time when any of this mattered more than it does as simple scrap? Or was this always just a tool to be discarded to whoever commanded and crewed it? And I don't know if the game ever addresses that, but I always think about it. I think that's an interesting, piece of
Salvage registered.
an interesting human element that I always think about. Okay, that one's on its way. Now, am I going to be able to... I feel like I should be able to pull this off now. Yep, it's coming. Good. Gosh, the music's so good. Oh, is that some wire? That's a filter. I'll take it. Don't know if I need it, but I'll take it. One of my favorite things about this is just the moments of silence when you're waiting for something to happen. And just, the music is going and you just have these moments, right? You saw what I was talking about. Let me take a bite of this pie. strip report. The pie is very good.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
Again. I should buy a bigger oxygen tank.
Welcome to Visitor on 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Have a nice day.
God damn, that thing's taking a while to get over there. Maybe you're right that the heavy breathing is triggered by the sparking thing. I think that's a blown fuse from earlier that I don't think I can do anything with. But it would make sense if that was the cause of it.
Salvage goal achieved. Reward allocated.
I've been trying to figure out the pharmacokinetics of the torch, the laser torch. Sorry, I'm supposed to call it the split saw, according to my editor. Basically, when I was first playing with it, it seemed like the split saw would like sort of target itself to whatever you were pointing at and didn't tend to like overlap onto other things. But now I'm thinking that maybe I was just not noticing because it was
5 minutes left in your shift, Cutter.
God, that shift went by fast.
Do what you do.
Boy, commentary. But now I'm thinking that maybe I was just not noticing that I was cutting over things that were above my cut level, and thus it never had a chance to interfere with them. I'm not sure.
Credit transferred.
But it seemed at first like it was safe to cut near things I didn't want to cut, and now it seems like maybe that wasn't true. Okay, cool. Got that all in one go. I'm still figuring it out. Okay, cool. Yeah, and as noted, this seems like maybe it's still... Oh, no, it's just very, very heavy. The moments when you can just do it right, you know, where you just grab the thing and just fly off with it, and when it's good, it feels really good. You understand Weaver, you know? Like, for anybody who doesn't get that reference, if you weren't here for if you don't know the game, Weaver is the guy we just heard from. He's like the primary, you know, NPC in the game, who's just like a true believer. You know, he's the stereotype of the construction worker who has been doing it for 40 years. It's utterly destroyed his body, in this case, literally. And he still just thinks it's the best job in the world, and or just is putting on a game face, right? And so he's simultaneously, great and also extremely sad. Because you think, here's somebody who doesn't even accept what's been taken from him, you know? That's the whole thesis with that character, and that part of the game. Oh, unpowered. Oh, I already fucked it. Oh, fuck me running. Okay. Well, we'll go check and see if any of the other airlocks work, if there are any.
Valuable object processed.
Maybe that one? Nope, unpowered. Nope, we're just gonna have to pop this thing. Damn it! I don't even know when I broke it. I must have severed the power cables. That's probably what happened. Okay, well, I think we just have I think we have a simple thruster back here, so I'm probably just gonna blow the. Yep, that'll do it. So there's I think a Type 2 reactor in there. That'll be fun. But yeah, I think at this point we'll just blow the hatch.
Valuable object processed.
Fuck me. I didn't realize those were separate compartments. Well, I'm fine. I was going to cut the antenna when I got around to it.
Are you familiar with Becky Chambers' Wayfarers novels? They deal with a lot of these same themes, sketchy salvage, sentimental attachment, etc.
No, I'll have to check that out. Boy, it's funny. We're through most of this ship in terms of... Oh, God, I have to blow this again. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Time is winding down, Cutter. Dig deep. Let's finish strong.
Anyway, it's funny that we're definitely down to like the last third of the ship in terms of volume, but nowhere close in terms of, we're only at about 1/2 in terms of value, right? It is nice though, once you get past the point where where you're being super delicate, that you just get to do this, which is a lot more fun than the other thing. Oop. Yep. Clipped it. Damn it. Fun. Bad idea, but fun. Oh, there we go. Sometimes the tooltips are really good. Like, sometimes the lore is crappy, and then sometimes it's... The Jovian Safety Commission has stated the design of the Spark-free demo charge is the safest, I guess. Like, again, sometimes the game can't decide whether it's, like, a cartoonish dystopia or, like, a serious, real robot-ass dystopia. A fucking... Yeah, it can't decide which sci-fi nightmare it is. And that's one of the things that's frustrating is, like... Tonally, the game is frequently mismatched with itself. It can't, like this goofy fucking middle manager they've sent down is simultaneously supposed to be like.
Hi Gravis, are you considering a sequel to your 5 phone stories video?
I am. Well,
it is wonderful, and I don't see enough telephony nerd stuff on YouTube.
So I mean, sequel is a complicated term. Like, I have nothing planned, but I didn't have that planned either, right? It just sort of happened. So, what'll happen will happen, basically. One moment. Capacity. What was I going to look for? I was going to look for, here we go, oxygen. That is a significant bump. There we go. Recharge 1 per... Wait. There's O2 recharge? Oh, in a pressurized environment. I don't care that much about that. Yeah, but, I know that, yes, we live in a serious dystopia with bursts of cartoon dystopianness. It's yeah, I know. Sorry, I don't mean for that to sound so I don't mean for that to sound so dismissive. I really don't. I'm just like, yeah, you have a good point. But the problem is that, reality, it's almost worse. And I don't know. If I'm going to go to a video game to experience either escape or catharsis or something, then I don't want it to work like this. Just in a nutshell. It just doesn't do the thing that I think it should be doing. Make stuff I like. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions about how the development process worked, because maybe there was a disconnect there, or maybe this is just exactly what the creators wanted, and I just have different tastes than them. But all I can say is I don't have the same tastes, and so it frequently misses the mark, and, Okay, but Metal Gear Solid... Okay, Metal Gear Solid is a fucking mess, but it's made by one of, 5 people in the world who are allowed to do that because they're weird enough. Kojima is not a normal man. He has it. He has a certain special something that makes it work. The people who made this don't. That's the problem. The problem is if you're going to do this, you better be right, and they weren't right. That's it, right? It's just like if you're going to nail it, then Godspeed. But if you can't nail it, then I'm not saying don't try, but recognize when you're not getting there and pivot in time to salvage it. Get it? Because I think there was a point in the writing of this where they must have realized or must have been able to see that like it wasn't gelling. And the question is, did nobody tell them? Or did they choose to stay the course? And I'm like, man, maybe they'd already had all the voice acting done, you know? And then put it together and went, oh, this doesn't work. Or again, maybe they like it and I'm just pickier, right? Because I did 10 plus years in the leftist trenches and I'm, you know, it very much is the like Greek philosophers and baby blocks image where I'm just like, yes, I know all this. You know, let's talk about something, either talk about something new or either talk about something I haven't heard before, tell me a story I haven't heard before, or tell me a story with some subtlety to it, right? But don't just like stand in the middle and hold up flashcards that say like Marx, you know, communism, you know, union. It's just very elementary. Let me finish this pie real quick. And that's the other thing, right? Is like, sorry, let me think a little more about this thought before I say it. I'll be right back. You can enjoy a little bit of their atmospheric future jazz. I'm sorry, I turned around just in time to see Clive's tape door open and the tape fly out. I know I need to add a sound effect to that. I'll figure out how to do it eventually. It would have made it a lot funnier. Okay, so the narrative actually... Because that's the thing, right, is like... So to give them credit... Oh. There's probably going to be some dialogue here. So let me finish this up. To give them credit, I have played games that... I've known writers who use subtext. I have played games before and seen movies that were obviously... The problem they ran into was, okay, we want to make a post-apocalyptic story here, or we want to make a dystopian story, we want to make a political, story. We have the middle and the end. That's cool. We'll just go ahead and start making it, and then when we figure out the beginning, we'll add that. Oops. And then they get to the end and they're just like, ooh, yeah, how do we kick all this off? Right? It's really hard because, frankly, I hate to put it this way, right? Because this is where it gets back into the, the freshman philosophy student / very first world writers type energy. I think that I could do a better job of talking about blue collar issues and hell, third world issues than this. And I don't exactly know why that is, because I'm white collar, right? I have not gotten any, my hands have never gotten any dirtier than working a little bit of specialty retail, right? So I'm convinced I could do a better job, but I think just because of the media I've exposed myself to, right? It's all third hand to me as well. And so, it's, I don't think it's a moral superiority of like, oh, you haven't done this, you can't talk about it. And I also don't think that the fact that they're, Canadian programmers means that they can't write about, politics or socialism effectively. because, again, I think I could do a better job, and who am I to speak, right? So I don't think it's anything categorical. I think they just missed the mark. But the thing is, how did I get onboarded into, leftism? It was fucking posts on Twitter. Let's be real here, right? So what's more on the nose than that? What's more freshman philosophy student than that, right? I had this bougie fucking entry to this. So in order to explain how people could, if you're going to write a story about revolution, right, which I have the feeling is what they're trying to do here, and any mention, I mean, the story's always talking about unions. Unions are effectively a element of revolutionary conduct, even if that feels so fucking weak sauce to say. But the problem is that, the real problem is, the Deep Space Nine union episode did a better job of illustrating how people could naturally stumble their way into this rather than what this is doing, right? That's the problem, is that was a one-shot episode written by some rando Hollywood writers who just decided to do this, did a little bit of reading, and put together a reasonable portrayal of how some people actually, not computer people who are just sitting around reading about this stuff for years before sighing and I guess maybe we'll do this. Maybe we'll revolution today, right? That's us. That's all of us, right? The actual proletariat, the people who have any chance at all of actually rebelling, and the ones who keep forming unions while tech workers don't, because they're comfortable enough to not need to. How do they end up in that situation? And the answer has to be something intolerable, truly intolerable happens. Not I'm mad at my boss, but oh my God, this has to stop. The two options are that I die or this stops. What can I do? It has to be desperation, because when you know what you're up against, when going down that road, nothing else would explain it. This game fails to establish that. You're in this job for one day. You don't know how bad it's going to be. You haven't lost an arm. You haven't even died yet, right? Very funny, but in the context of the game, you do die a lot in the game, diegetically. And it's very painful and awful, and you get charged for it, right? If you flashed forward in the timeline, or there was a cinematic that showed something terrible happening, or you found out that one of your coworkers died on the job, or anything, some inciting incident to explain why these people are talking about how bad the job is, because you don't just... The way you get onboarded into the union plot in this is essentially that you get leafleted outside the Safeway. One of your coworkers just walks up to you and goes, "Hey, how's it going?" over her Starbucks coffee. So you ever hear about unions? And just starts giving you this fucking pre-programmed pitch. And it's so gallingly empty, right? That's not, I think, how it has ever worked. Certainly not in a blue-collar occupation, right? People are going to unionize when they are getting fucked so hard that they think they're going to die if they don't do something about it. I have a hard time believing that it ever looks like this. And certainly, I could tell you if I was in that position, my response would be, lady, look, I'm good. I just got here. I don't want this trouble. I don't know her, right? Why is she talking to me about this? It's weird. Anyway, so... all it is, the only thing you've received at that point is a large amount of debt, which, again, as I started, when I started the game, once you take into account inflation, the fact these people are living in a place where a stick of gum costs $2,000, that number just doesn't look the way it does to us, right? And there were so many ways to tell this story where something happened to actually make you, the player, feel like, God, this sucks.
I really miss seeing people. Sitting in that shoebox of a habit is driving me up the wall.
Well, at least you got us in your ear all day.
It's just not the same. I need action. I need to drink a beer with friends every now and again. You get used to it, I guess.
Even playing board games together.
Goodbye.
Nice.
Board games. Yes.
Have a good night, Animals.
What's your drinking game, anybody?
Oh, yes. I love that game. I never win, but it's okay.
One day, we'll be out of here, and we'll all have a beer together
Oops.
somewhere. Promise.
Oopsie poopsie. Didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Where was I? So this thing needs to go in the square hole. Oh, this is, oh god, I don't have the reel now playing up there. I need to do something about this. This is, Hard Space Shipbreaker is the name of the game. Shit. God damn it. I fucked that one up. Let's see, is that going to be good enough? Hardbreak Ship Spacer. I guess I could go over there and give it a kick, because is it going to get caught? No? No? Okay. Oops. I don't think there were any light fixtures on that, but we're going to find out in a moment, aren't we? Okay, yeah, looks like we're good. Okay, now, these lights off.
Salvage accepted. Credit
I feel like I've played a number of RPGs that also had that problem of, like, you're supposed to be mad at the, like, oppressive regime, but, like, you're not as a player. So you're just supposed to believe that because the game tells you it's true. And man, the thing I always think to myself is like, maybe if you've never been oppressed, you can't write a story about oppression.
Material accepted.
Let's see. So that goes there. That's going there. I don't know if, I don't think this thing's loose yet. I think I missed a cut point. And then this thing, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can ease this off so I can work on the
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
fuel level low. I don't want to hear that.
Supplies are available for purchase at the Master Jack.
Ease this off here so I can work on the reactor without being in such close quarters.
Deposit secured.
Like, it doesn't really matter. This stage of reactor, at least, is really not that tough to work with. Also, I just accidentally... Whoops, I did not mean to tie that to this loose thing. What is this? Okay, so... rest that goes in the furnace, right? Yeah.
Object processed. Credits awarded.
Pardon me.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Oh, sorry, my hat says, fish fear me, women tolerate me. Which, canonically, Clive is neither gay nor straight nor ace nor anything. He's... Wait. You said yes? Shit, I was joking. Clive is so used to nobody being interested in him that he's not going to say no to anybody. He's just too much... He's inconvenient, right? People look at him, they're just kind of like, that's a lot of maintenance. No, but literally, though. Like, high maintenance people are one thing, but he's just like, you know, physically, right? You want to get together with somebody who needs to have their rubber rejuvenated? It's kind of a meditation on disability and kind of not. That's right, I can just rip these things off.
Processing valuable object.
The first several times that I worked on these things, I did not realize I could rip these panels off. I thought that I had to cut through them. If you have advice about reactors, I'll take it, because I think I was having a hard time in some way when I first did this, and I think I missed some of the training. So I think the way I've been doing it is just I just slice the top off and then pull the thing out real quick. Does that go to the processor? Yes, it does. There's a valve on the back. So yeah, so there's a valve on the back of the thruster, and every single time I've done this, when I get there, it says unpowered. Not once have I managed to get into one of these things without taking out the power grid. And there's no way around that, right? So like, I know I'm supposed to shut this off, but I've never been able to do it. Now in this case, I had to, well, that's the first time that's happened.
Cover 9346.
That's the thing, right? This is the source of power, right? So why is it unpowered? I don't understand.
Reboot your monitor.
So yeah, that's... Oh, I remember now. You're supposed to, Oh, wait, no. I thought it was safe to cut at that end. That's not how you're supposed to do it.
Salvage goal missed. Rewards eliminated.
So the thing that sucks about that is that,
Fuel levels restored.
I did do the power pack first thing because I think I did because this, I believe, was the tutorial mission for that, right? So, you know, you're not told like, oh, before you do the power pack, go do all this stuff that requires power, right? The tutorials in this game are not very good. It's another problem I have with it from a... I don't have a lot of complaints about it mechanically, partly because my view on it is when you're playing this game, anytime you encounter something that's frustrating mechanically, you just go, yeah, that's how my character would feel. Just role play it, right? The reason there's bad training is because you'd have bad training in this job. Makes sense. But once in a while, it does get to you a little bit in the real world. That like, man, some of this stuff is just not very clear, and sometimes I feel like I don't know what I'm supposed to do to win in a given situation. So I'm just like what just happened here. I used the information I had, and that approach had worked before. I don't exactly know what went wrong. The reactor shouldn't have been at that end of the vessel. At least it didn't. At least there wasn't more stuff here, because when the ship fragments into a million pieces, that's a little phobia triggery for me. So I don't super love that. But in this case, yeah, we did all right. It's pretty frustrating though. Okay, there's that cut point that I missed. Okay, and now we should be able to pull this thing off. Yes, we can. The sparkles indicate it. I think I saw a light fixture, or did I? Nope. Nope, I think we're good to just, trash this one. Oh, I didn't realize when you get a spare, it doesn't begin a new... Oh, no. I hit it too hard. When you get a spare, it doesn't begin a new shift. I thought it did. But of course, right? Because otherwise you wouldn't get the, you'd get the whole, you'd get the whole, end of day routine. And you don't get that, so.
Credits deposited.
A barge item? Yeah, it's a light. Yeah, I think we have nothing left except this, well, it's just this airlock, right?
Secured. Applying credit.
See, I think there's nothing on the other side of this, right? Yeah, it's just this whole thing. Okay. Which, of course, we don't want to wreck the airlock like I did the other Might be a little easier if we do all that. Didn't think it was going to go that hard, is the thing. I guess I don't need to really worry about where this goes. I just need to retrieve the panel, and I think it was, what, one other thing? So there's this guy here.
Cutter, shift's got about 5 minutes left in her.
Really love to
Let's make it
control this
count.
in one shift. I would
Leave her out.
love to do that.
Object deposit refused. Please be more careful.
Yeah. Part of that thing did not go where I put it, but sometimes it's just not clear how you're supposed to separate how much of something you're supposed to separate. Like some things you can pull loose, other things you can't. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Again, it's one of those like, it's so frustrating that it seems like there's no way to actually get the no matter what I do, it seems like I'm always losing valuable material that I could have recycled. Right. And how do you feel about that?
Salvage
Oops.
deposit secured.
That's not what was supposed to happen there. I probably just nearly died just there. Yeah, this doesn't quite go far enough. But yeah, the primary thing that's good about this game is just Weaver. He's a good character because, like I said earlier, he's, the true believer who not only, is doing his best to help you understand the job and, the foibles of the job, but is not talking your ear off about how bad the job is. Because the reality is, like, most people in jobs don't do that. Usually people just do the work. Most people just do the work and then go home, right? And if the job sucks, the job sucks, A lot of people don't even recognize that the job sucks. A lot of people don't care that the job sucks, Split shot like that.
Material deposited. Account credit applied. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Okay, I think that's nearly everything. Oh, that's part of the ion ring that I think got blown off. Something exploded earlier. And, well, at this point, we can't even make it to our next, achievement level as far as, salvage. Wait, is that an airlock? Oh, no, it's just a door.
Raw material deposited.
We slurped just about everything out of this one that we can. Damn, I can't drink it. This game's bullshit. Alright.
Look sharp, Cutter.
Bits and
1 minute
pieces
left
of
on the
there.
clock.
Let's go do those. I think that's just about it. I mean, you find the people at work who want to talk about the things you want to talk about, but awful lot of people at an awful lot of jobs just go in, do the work, and go home.
Transferring credits.
It's more exhausting and less satisfying to complain about it than then just do it and go. I mean, I've had a number of coworkers who, if you attempted to engage them about the fact that the job sucked, would not discuss it or acknowledge it. So. Yeah, that's the thing is at some point, once you realize, like, at some point you start looking at, okay, the lights are worth like $12,000, which in the economy of this game, that's like 5 cents, right? That's not much. Once you look at the fact that I made $3.5 million off that ship, $1,000 doesn't make that big a difference. And if it's the difference between that and losing 40 seconds trying to get something off, it's not really worth it,
New certification
right?
level has been achieved. License level increased.
But again, you know, it's one of the, you know, another one of the elements here is that as you're doing this, you find yourself blaming yourself for screwing up when you, oh, wait. Oh, I didn't realize I could buy upgrades to increase the Stinger's cut rating. Oh, I'll have to look into that. Or, oh no, they're just saying not about the cut rating. They're saying it just lets you cook it longer, so things that are still within your cut rating but are just enormous can be melted. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying people don't talk about how much their jobs suck. What I'm saying is that if you pay attention, you have coworkers who never talk about it. There are a lot of people at jobs who never talk about it and don't want to talk about it because to them, they don't see that as productive, or again, they may not even realize the job sucks or are not interested in realizing that. A lot of the time, people just go to work and do the work, and they never really do the math and go, things could be so much better for me.
Your morning wake-up call.
You know, the boss says you got to clock in at 8:00. If you're late 1 minute, you get dinged. They shrug and go, okay, I guess I got to leave the house at 7:15 to make sure that never happens. And if they get dinged, then they get dinged. That's how it works, right? The idea that maybe there's somewhere where that isn't how it works, or that maybe the company is being too picky and that that's an unreasonable way to treat you, these are not things that everyone agrees on or that everyone recognizes or that everyone is interested in thinking about. They just shrug and show up at 8:00 and stand there by the clock from 7:58 to 8:00, waiting so they can punch in at exactly the right second. This is several people I've worked with. That was their way of dealing with the weird bullshit. They never bitched about it. All they did was, when they heard about it, that you got to punch in exactly on time, not a minute earlier or later, they shrugged and started punching in exactly on time, and that meant they just stood around at the time clock for 10 minutes every morning, waiting for the clock to click over. It's just, that's the job. Oh boy, we're doing radiation now. Cool. All right, we're gonna get a new, oh, we're doing a gecko. I've heard the gecko is, exciting. Somebody said they blew out the cockpit and just the whole goddamn thing vented and obliterated them. I've been curious about the gecko ever since. All right, so I think we're going to get a new narration now.
Rise and shine, 52. Let's have a chat.
Hal, we agreed we wouldn't change anyone's workload without talking.
Did we? Oh.
I've also had Weaver, a middle manager who thought that he could fight the company.
I'm looking at the
by
reports,
just,
and this crew just
still
isn't quite hitting the target.
What are the targets?
Well,
a guy who's just always trying to stand in between the higher middle managers and everybody else, and just constantly failing.
Wait, we just did that. We just raised them.
Look, this team is good. You need to give good salvage to a good team. And for you, 52, that means you'll be moving on to, let's see here,
radiation.
That's right, nothing major. You're getting lots of it out there in space already. Let's go, team.
Cutter, radiation filters are no joke. Try your damnedest not to hit them hard, or they'll kick up a cloud of radiated particulate. Nasty stuff. Reacts badly to fire. I'll be here if you need me. Weaver out.
Wait a minute. Oh, wow. This is a massive upgrade to the charged push. I'm going to grab that. That might be really handy. No, because Michael Scott is incompetent. Weaver is a guy who I have worked with before, who actually kind of looked like that, who, this is just the job, and he sees a more or less reasonable way to go about it. The company keeps trying to do stupid bullshit to make the job uselessly worse, and every time he sighs and says, I'll go talk to them. And then sometimes he comes back and says, all right, I convinced them not to do this. And then sometimes he comes back and says, well, I did my best. And then he just keeps doing the job for another 20 years. All right, so I think... Oh, interesting. We didn't get a tutorial mission. So I guess we're just gonna... all right. I don't see a radiation hazard class up there. So... Did I get the... Well, we'll just take the Gecko and we'll see where it goes. The Saucy Freddy. Good name. Yes, Zero, you can do that. Because I may have missed it. Yeah, exactly. Michael Scott wants to be Weaver. He wants to be the guy who, you know, the everyman manager who everyone likes, who's always, you know, making sure the company does right by everybody, you know. The difference is Weaver's never going to throw a fucking, you know, Weaver's maybe going to... I was going to say, Weaver's never going to throw a party for the crew. And you might go out drinking with him, but probably not. Probably not. Oh, okay, the coolant canisters. I think I saw something about that. Okay. That's the other thing, is there's a lot of people like that, like hardcore job likers who don't want to interact with anyone from the job outside the job. Because their way of dealing with it is that when the whistle blows, they're out. 100%. Right? They're working, and then they are not working. And you are not going to be able to engage them in any conversation about it outside of it. And they probably don't want to be friends with you. You're just a co-worker.
Thank you for your purchase. Thank you for your
Headers restored.
Yeah, we're not getting a tutorial prompt, so I guess, yeah, I'm just going to go for it. All right. Okay. So this is a Gecko, huh? Airlock must be on the bottom. Unless I missed it. Did I miss it around the front? Or, oh, it's on the top. There we go. A couple of them. No, just one. Okay. So we got air in there. Well, says it's an airlock. Sure looks like it's just gonna blow. No? Okay.
Pressurizing.
Oh boy, alright. Okay, so this goes to a depressurized room. So if I open that, it's gonna pop. And likewise here. I'm trying to be a little smart about this time around. What is that? Is that... Oh, a distributor. I think I needed one of those. I think I needed one of those. Alright, so... There's the coolant canisters. Busted Atmo regulator. And then... Fuse. Okay, there's the reactor. Here's a new poster. I think I had that one before. I don't think I had this one before either. Okay. So I can close a bunch of these doors to limit what gets blown. Thermal spreader. Okay. For a minute I thought that was a power generator, but it doesn't appear to be, so we're good there. Though, is this... Okay, that's the generator, or that's the reactor. So is this pressurized then? Yeah, this is pressurized. Sink. It's sort of... I wonder how they came up with the idea for the... Oh, okay, so we do have a power generator here, alright. I wonder how they came up with the idea for structuring the ships this way. It must have just been one of those organic... the things that happen when you're making something, because you know, the idea of doing these double holes is fascinating, but I don't know that I've ever seen it in anything before. Oh, sorry, I'm reading chat. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the debris you find on the ship can be puzzling. Like, some stuff is still here. Because that's the thing, right? Is like in real world shipbreaking, you know, there are valuable objects that they rescue from, you know, from ships. But you think about a lot about like what does and doesn't make the cut. Okay, so what I'm thinking of doing is popping the external space, because there's not a whole lot that can really go flying out here. So I'm thinking of just closing this, depressurizing the outside, stripping the outside off the ship, and starting from there. Trouble being then, let me think for a second. Is that going to keep me from getting, no, because I'll punch the side out, and then go back out and come back in through the airlock. That should work. Only problem is I'll have to explosively decompress it, but if I just hold on to something, I should be okay. Famous last words, right? Let's see. Can we pop the end off? Is that how this works? Doesn't look like it. Turn the suit light on. That's, I guess that's the other thing is, yeah, what is the panel situation here? It looks like that'll come off, so, okay. For the sake of conversation, since I'm new to this. Well, not yet. Okay. Well, apparently there was an atmosphere regulator in there somewhere, because I just lost it. And did I just blow the interior of the ship somehow? I don't think so. All right, well, that did it. It did something. Let's find out what it did. Nothing yet. Okay, there we go. All right. That'll get her started. Oh, did we just take the whole nose off the thing? Oh, interesting. Wait, is that the damn cockpit? Oh, weird, 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 weird. Okay, that is a strange way to build a ship. Okay. Get that guy out of here. Let's see what we're doing. Although, actually, oh, okay, I can just send this straight into the processor from there, right? Doesn't look like there's maybe a light on there, but that's it. So let's just send that straight in there, and then let's go find out if I'm right. Let's go see if the airlock still works or not. Should, feels like, but often should ain't does in this game.
Airlock depressurizing.
Okay. So far, so good.
Airlock pressurizing.
Okay, yeah. Looks like we did it without purging the passenger compartment, which is kind of a good thing, because it makes it easier to deal with this once we get to that point.
Airlock depressurizing.
For once, I did something right, I think. Now, next thing's next. Let's go take care of the engine, take care of the reactor, which we should be able to do now that we have access to the outer hull. Right. So that's okay. So that's still attached because that's where the cockpit is, among other things. But I think if we lays that, and if we start crawling around the bottom here and just take care of these things. To a certain extent, I have kind of an affinity for crawl space work because when I was growing up, my parents had a house with an attic crawl space, and they always sent me in there to do stuff. So I was sort of the, Victorian mine urchin of the household, and so I sort of something I'm, wouldn't say I remember it fondly. I'll tell you that, but it's something I've done. And oh, whoopsie, this panel. It's something I've done that sort of resonates with me, because, like, again, it's a job you don't want to do. I did not want to be up there at all. It was, sweltering hot, etc. But because I was the one who always did it, it was sort of my thing, as it were. And, yeah, that's my story. Okay, so we need to cut this off in theory. But we can't... Wait a minute. Can't cut that. Sometimes the game puts you in this situation where you've got a piece of material like this that, like, you just can't cut away from the base because it's attached to nanocarbon, and I don't know what exactly I'm supposed to do with it, but I can do that, which I think will get it loose. No, it's still bound somewhere. What the fuck? What's it even stuck on? Oh, I see. Well, I don't want it anywhere near the ship. I'm fucking with it, so... No. Wait, where's it attached? It's not attached anywhere. Is this a bug? Well, whatever.
Cutter, we got 5 minutes left till we call her a day. We were out.
Valuable objects processed. Credits awarded.
Yeah, I think I made more on the nanocarbon than I lost on the furnace material, but yeah, just frustrating. Oops. Well, whatever, it'll get there.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
I do like the design of this ship in terms of it just being very, very dumb, very, stuff's just stuck together, It's kind of nothing to it. Very bread and butter. Okay, and I think... Oh, wow, the backbone's loose, ain't it? Yes, it is. Boy, that's weird to think about. Huh, so in theory, I could have taken the whole damn bottom off as one piece.
Applying credits to account.
Now, this one I don't think we can remove because I think it's attached to the bridge. Yeah, looks that way though. Okay, but we've taken off the top panel, it looks like. Really? Oh, wait a minute. Is that true? Hold on. Or does that... Because there's a gap there. So we've separated that.
Accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
So, is this a separate piece from the cockpit? If we hook that up on the jack, what's it gonna do? Or is it this panel that's come loose? Doesn't look like it. Huh. And then this ain't gonna come loose because the airlock's attached. So, yeah, are we degloving this thing or not? How does this work? Okay, and that's... that whole section's been depressurized as well. So, regardless, I can cut it off and just get to work if I want to, but... okay, first things first. Where the hell's the... where's the reactor? Is it down this end? Yes, it is. Okay, so we really should have been working in here. This is what I was trying to get to in the first place, but... It's unclear to me whether there's a risk of sparks setting off fuel lines or if you have to actually hit them directly. It doesn't seem like the sparks matter. It seems like you have to accidentally brush them with the laser. What is that? Is it a fuel tank? Oh, it is a fuel tank. Okay. Alright, so we got that last panel off, but I think... So those are the little wing things. Ah, here we go.
Not much left of this ship, Cutter. About 1 minute remaining.
Okay. Looks like we're not ready to separate yet. Oh.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
Didn't mean to do that. Jesus. Okay. Boy. This is, well, we don't know what kind of fuel they're using. Maybe it's self-oxidizing. That's the thing. Hopefully we're not going to get any more dialogue. We can just move on to the next shift.
Overnight genetic backup complete. Pattern deviation nominal. Have a good day.
I love the voice they used for this. Have a good day. Alright. Let's try it again.
I'm not feeling great today, guys. I'll be honest. I'm looking at the reports, and this operation can do so much
I got this voice clip
When I look
before.
at all of you, I see some very talented, hard-working, and extremely capable bodies. The problem is your minds. You're getting in your own way, tripping up on your individual wants and needs. Embody the company mind. Think of yourself as a physical extension of Lynx Corporation. That's how we'll succeed. Okay? Tomorrow, everyone take 5 before the start of the shift.
Damn it.
And
That's not worth the effort.
become part of the company, yeah? Rose out.
Okay. With that over. That's a thruster cap, so that goes in the processor too. Those go in the barge. I think with that done. Wait, is that a? Oh no, that's the nacelle. Okay. Yeah. With that done, we can send this whole thing to the processor and get it out of the way. But we have to be careful not to knock it into anything too hard.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Okay. Now, did I manage? Yep.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Now, I could swear that I did actually come across one of these once upon a time that was intact, and when I hit the button, it made the reactor start going critical. Though I don't know why that would happen, I could swear that's what happened. And that's my story. Yeah, so as far as the whole thing about cut points, yeah, so that's an interesting bit of lore in the sense that we can guess that not all these ships were made by the same company, and we can also guess that they cost different amounts, and that some...
Deposit accepted.
Wait.
Credits awarded.
Did that just happen? I swear that wasn't venting earlier. That seems bad.
Salvage goal met.
Well, okay, there's only one source of coolant. I guess... Okay, in order to do this, I need to get into this structure here. That's the other thing. And I don't think there's any way in other than cutting it. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. I guess we can do that. I didn't realize it was open on the top. Okay, yeah, there's the reactor. I don't know what I screwed up earlier. Okay.
Deposit accepted for processing.
That's thruster number 1. Thruster number 2. Thruster number 3. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the... YouTube broke a bunch of crap with the APIs. So redeems are not necessarily working reliably, and I have no idea why. Like, it's a goddamn mystery. Damn it! It keeps happening.
Note that excess electrical damage. Salvage deposit
Did it go in? Yeah, it went in. Okay. Frustrating. Anyway, regarding the whole thing with the ships having marked cut points, this is the very first thing I thought about when I started playing the game. Is like, it felt very artificial in the sense that, like, oh, okay, so back in the day, there were a few games about like car repair that were just very minimal compared to stuff that would come later, and it was along the lines of like, to start repairing your car, use the magic car problem identifier pendant. And it was like, okay, uninstall game, because that's not how you do it. I don't know, simulating all the problems an engine can have is difficult, but at the same time, like, most of the process is the diagnostics and anyway. So I thought, when I started playing this, like, oh, cut points, okay, so this is like hyper artificial in the sense that, like, yes, of course it's sci-fi, but like, no one would ever do that, right? That would never happen, especially in a dystopian environment. If you had a utopian environment in like a Star Trek, yeah, I believe that the Enterprise has cut points identified inside, because the Federation and Starfleet at this point have been doing this for long enough and are not profit motivated that they would think, well, someday we're going to have to take these things apart again. The reality is that no company operating in this world today has ever done this. No device is built to be disassembled. And in fact, we're dealing with this right now with the whole business of the... People talk about how the AirPods and whatnot can't be recycled, but I think they're missing the point. It's not that they can't be recycled, it's that they can't be disposed of at all. The amount of work that it takes to rent, because you can't put lithium ion and all the other stuff that's in there in the same hole. They have to go in different places. So the amount of effort that it takes, the amount of cost and labor that it takes in order to get an AirPod cracked open so that you can take out the battery is immense. It's just absurd. It's not worth it. It is a huge energy and time expenditure. And they don't care. They're just going to keep churning these things out, right? And so, job number one, if I were, if this was my, and this is not a dunk, okay, on the game. Earlier, I have been dunking on, but this part is not a dunk on the game. But if I were designing this game, if I were writing for this game, probably what I would do is lean hard on the idea that the ships are extremely difficult to take apart because nobody ever bothered thinking that this was someday going to happen, because that is the reality of the real thing, right? And if you're doing a story about this, then why not just invoke the real actual problems, which are they weld these things together, right? Real ships are not put together with fucking bolts. They're welded. So you're talking about, wait a minute, did this thing get jammed? Oh, did this get jammed in between the processor and the furnace? It sure did. Hate it when that happens. The only way to take apart a weld is to use a torch or a grinder, and neither one is an efficient process. It's very labor intensive, and every single time it's a different challenge. You know, it's not like you know, you can get into a routine where you just, you know, do one after the other. No, you're going to be every single time. You're going to be figuring out what is the, you know, the right way to approach this cut. You know, and there's going to be cuts where you're like, they just welded a bunch of shit on top of one another, and you can't really get at the thing that you need to take out to take it out. What do? You deal with it. You figure it out. You do what you got to do. And maybe there's no good way to do that, right? The problem is that's a really dull game. That would not be a fun game. We would not be having a good time at all with that. And so at some point you have to have a conceit, because as I have in fact discovered in this game, anytime I get into a situation where it seems like the only way out is to use the split saw to actually cut my way through something, it feels like I'm playing the game wrong. And it's not because of the cut points being the usual way of doing things. It's because that's not very good video gameism. It's the thing I've said before about video games do not have you stand on a pile of uneven rubble if you are supposed to jump onto a surface. If you are supposed to jump from one place to another, you are given a square, flat, level, well-demarcated point to begin that jump. And the place you're jumping to will also be orthogonal. It will be rectangular every time. So it stands out like the parts of a cartoon that move, you know, stand out from the background. You can always tell. And so that's like, you know, it's almost like yellow paint telling you which part of the game is valid world and which part you should ignore. It's almost like we've had semiotics for solving that problem for a really long time. Anyway, sorry, I had a stroke there. Don't know what I was saying. And so this game does literally have yellow paint that tells you where to cut. And if it didn't, it would be fucking unplayable, because you'd constantly be going, what's the right way to do this? What's the right way to proceed here? Am I doing it right? Is this, you know, and you would end up making a bunch of stupid cuts that don't go anywhere useful and just wasting a bunch of time and whatnot. It just wouldn't be fun, you know? Right. This is not a realistic simulation of what it's like to do this job, nor is it supposed to be. It is, you know, an allegory mixed with, like a puzzle game, right? Which is whatever. You know, that's fine. How else should you do it? I'm not going to criticize that. But I do think a lot as I'm playing about, man, give me the ships with no cut points and maybe it does at some point, but I don't think so. But that should be the hard mode, is the ships with no cut points at all, where it's just like, I don't know, you just figure it out. The parts you want to come out are in there somewhere. The idea that we've just skinned this whole ship down to the inner hull is pretty weird. Man, it makes me kind of uncomfortable. Oh, wait, is that not? Okay, that's fuel pipe. All right, I thought that was one of those thruster power modules I need to take off. Okay, so we're good here. So now I think we just blow this. And now all these things should just go right in the processor. Yep. Cool. I keep thinking that the tether should be called something else. Like, I probably would have called them come-alongs, personally. I feel like that's a good analogy to a real-world instrument that probably would have carried forward. And kind of represents what they do. Actually, don't do that. I guess just winch probably also would have been good. You could have just called them winches. But maybe that gets weird after you say it 1,000 times in the game narrative. Buddy, you got lost. Oh, those pipes are heavier than they looked.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Yeah, so I thought about the idea that maybe these are mandated, but the trouble I have with that, sure, maybe, right? It's valid lore. But the trouble I have with that is that this is a world where, what is the job of a corporation, first and foremost? Figure out how to not comply with the regulations. And secondly, where are the old ships? Where are the ships that were built out of the jurisdiction of this government and this, and the legal catchment of this company? It's been established that there's I think a political and cultural division between Earth and Mars.
You got about a minute left.
And so, where are the Martian ships? Where do they end up, right? And maybe the answer is they get broken down somewhere else and they're not relevant here. Maybe Lynx just doesn't work on them. But it doesn't feel in keeping with the rest of it, right? Because generally speaking, they're the big evil corporation. It doesn't seem like they would give a shit, right? They would just do whatever. So I could go faster if I was using the split saw on these, but there's just too much shit I can hit by accident. He says, wildly waving his fucking laser around and almost fucking hitting one of the power modules. Alright, I think we just lifted the one of the panels off. Heh. And yeah, the shit, I missed that number. Was that... Oh, wow, that was, I think, $11,000 off that shift. Damn. I mean, the thing is, this is the same problem that we already deal with. The, Oh, okay. God damn it. Sorry about that. I clicked the button in an app and accidentally started a fucking voice call and had to stop it before it could bother somebody. I'm $11,000 off that. I'm making a big dent in my debt.
Before starting your shift.
I'll be debt-free any day now. But yeah, like I said, my head immediately goes to where are the old ships? Where are the ones that because every time we make a new regulation, all the stuff that predates it doesn't use it, right? So it doesn't really affect anyone's job for years and years, and sometimes not ever.
Even you guys out there, in your day-to-day, how are you innovating? How are you changing the face of salvaging? Or do you need to move aside? Think about it.
Okay, I think we just have a couple more cut points, and then we should be able to, oh, interesting. What is this? That is the shitter, all right. Start lifting this side of the skin off. I think we can separate it from the airlocks. Whoops, that wasn't supposed to happen. No. Nope, missed it. Damn it! That was only 78,000 credits, whatever. Really not that much. Sometimes that force push kicks a lot harder than I expect. Sometimes stuff just ain't as heavy as it looks. Oh, looks like this one's loose. Okay. Yeah, I think we can send that in there too. Oh, yeah. That is worth 28,000. That's worth 2749. And those are worth... Yeah, that's not worth the effort either. Boy, this thing comes apart a lot easier than I expected. Oh, and there we go. The cockpit's finally separating from the outer shell.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Moving, I get that loose? Yes, I did.
Rewards.
I like that there's just basically nothing attached to the outer skin. You know, there's no lights, nothing like that. So true, fam. Honestly, when the writing is good, it's good. And like that guy, when he's not... That guy is great when nobody replies to him, right? Trying to actually have a character take him seriously doesn't work at all. But just like for you to react to as a, you know, as a real person works great.
Deposit accepted.
You can be on the nose until you have a realistically written character try and respond in kind. That's where it falls apart. It's frustrating because they were like really close, but also, man, I cannot tell you the number of creative works I've seen that have the problem of tried to do two things, did neither well. And I think once again. Oh, I think the bulk of the ship might be drifting. We may have to tether it in place. Let's pull this thing off. You can never tell if the force push is doing anything. Actually, Adam, that's a decent theory in the sense that a company like this might very reasonably have a person who goes through on the first pass, who's paid absolutely nothing, right? Like one of the lowest tier employees at the company, whose sole job is just as these things come in, they just go through with spray paint, just bam, 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 bam. This is the sort of thing I've seen done before. Like this is sort of thing that there's analogs for, so I kind of like it.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Sometimes I just get a musical stab, and I'm not exactly sure why. Ow!
Electrical damage.
Wow. I guess that's why, but like. I couldn't tell that... Again, I missed some things in the, tutorial.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Yeah, that works. Okay, let's see. How did this work? What did we...
Applying credit.
Oh, wait. Did we finally decompress the inner... Huh? Okay, now the main passenger compartment is still pressurized, which is good. And I think... Oh, in fact... Oh, we can close that too. So if we... let's see. What is it? Let me remember myself. What does that get me? I remember a little bit of how the... Oh, wait. Oh, there's an atmosphere regulator there. So if we close that, and then we increase the pressure in here, This is how you're theoretically supposed to do it, I guess. You're supposed to limit how much of it you like depressurize at once.
Air pressure level
how it is.
increasing.
So if we do this, okay, so now this room is pressurized, and let's grab some fuel. Oh, there's another another regulator. Okay. And now it's possible to open this door without any explosions. And actually, is this an easier way than going? It's easier to actually take stuff out through here than to send it out through the. Well, let me see. What do I want to do here? At this point, I probably could just blow it, just because I've removed all the stuff that can go bang. Well, except for the pressure regulators, but. And then, let's see. Okay, so that room is still pressurized. Yep. Wonder what that hissing noise is. Oh, that's the coolant leak that still exists out there, even though I vented all the coolant. Oh, yeah, here's a poster I haven't gotten. Where does that go? Does that just open to the outside? Oh, yes it does. And does that still work? Yes it does. Okay. Boy, it'd be nice if I could depressurize this room. I don't think I can, but it'd be wild if I could. Let me just check one more time. Is there a working pressure regulator around here that I have not noticed? Not in there. Where's that go? Okay, if I open that, that'll depressurize everything. That is an airlock. Can't depressurize through airlocks. It always stops you. Yeah, so if I hit this one, it's going to close this door here. And then... Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what is this room? So that's an airlock. Does it still work?
Airlock pressurizing.
Oh, I guess it does. Where does this go? Oh, that's the main entrance. Okay, this is where I came in the first place. All right. I mean, one strategy is just to blow it. Did not mean to hit that door, but okay.
Got about
Thank you, Sir Roth.
5 minutes left in this ship, Cutter. Don't
Appreciate
bite
that.
off more than you can chew. Leave her out.
Can't close this door, I don't think. I'm spending more time on this than I probably should be. It's just I've screwed myself enough times by not planning ahead before, and I'm trying to figure out if there's anything I can do to improve my chances of not having a bad time. And, you know, recovering as much as I can, right? So...
Airlock depressurizing.
And I think if I come in here, there's a regulator in here, right? Yep. But if I hit this...
Air pressure
Yep, it
level
closes that.
decreasing.
I still don't know how these things are supposed to be used. I just remember there's still a power generator on top of this that I'm supposed to take out. Oh, poster. Well, everything in here is depressurized at least. So I do have the option of, that does mean that I can take stuff out through here gently and then depressurize once I've got everything unloaded. I just don't know if that much delicacy is necessary. A lot of people seem to feel it isn't.
Credits awarded.
You know, for whatever that's worth. But, well, let's try this first. That ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. Nope. Missed. Nope, that's gone. Okay. Alright, well, it happens sometimes. Alright, what I wanted to do, if we go in here... Okay. Now we should have enough clearance. We can split saw this thing. Nope. We gotta do this part too. Just want to cut out this hallway here. Did that do it? No. Jesus. The door getting in the way? What's going on here? Come on, bud. I'm making a hash of this. Seriously, shouldn't this be loose by now? Oh man, there's still a little bit there. Is that it? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There, Jesus. What I like, I really like it when, often near the end, when you've taken a lot of the weight off a ship, they tend to start to list, and they often list in a direction that points them towards the barge. So as you're taking the all this stuff out, you could just fire it straight down, basically. Like, yay.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Cutter, got about 1 minute to make your mark on this shift.
Transferring credit.
To wit. Very clean. Yeah, like you can definitely just explosively decompress them. It's not really the end of the world by any means. But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, I ain't speedrunning the game, you know what I mean? And sometimes it feels good to do things the right way, diegetically speaking, just because it does. So, yeah, sort of where I am on it. Oh, I missed that. Oof. That could have been bad.
Processing valuable object. Credit.
Wow. At this point, you're all getting like 500 errors from the bot. I don't know what on earth is going on with the YouTube API shit. All right, let's do one more shift on this
Good
damn
morning,
thing.
Shipbreaker. This is your daily wake-up call.
On the one hand, the game can be really monotonous. On the other hand, wink, wink. Do you get it? Being registered multiple times should not matter because of the way it's designed. It doesn't really have an account system per se. It's just tying names and numbers together. So yeah, it doesn't really give a shit. How much of it? Yeah, that makes a difference. Alright, here we go again. Back at it again with Krispy Kreme.
I live again.
Hey, Dee Dee, I always meant to ask. Did you like living in New Manila? Is it, like, similar to living on Earth?
Guess so.
How about the weather? Or, like, I guess it's artificial mostly, right? You know, I miss sunsets, like on Earth, a lot.
Yeah. Kaido, maybe, lay it off, okay?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Dee Dee.
It's alright, kiddo. Not much of a talker over here. Maybe one day with a few beers, eh?
I think I just cut all this off. I think. That or it explodes. You know, those are basically the two options. Those are the two genders in this game. Either you just cut it off, or oops, it exploded. Okay, yeah, whole thing goes in the square hole. Yeah, that was easy. Okay, so that's the power generator, and I only saw one fuse, which was this guy here. I think that's it, but we should go check on the other side.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Bum, 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 bum. First time I did this, I didn't understand what they were asking me to do. I thought they were talking about a different set of red lights. So I just turned off the thing when the fuse was... I pulled the fuse when the thing was still energized. And yeah, I learned my lesson after that. Sort of like how IRL, the way that I found out how to be careful around electricity was when my parents had me replace an electrical outlet.
Applying
And
credit.
didn't tell me not to put my fingers on the screws on either side. It was supposed to be turned off, but you know. Shit. Oh, did I actually... I rescued it. Oh, that don't happen very often. Okay, I think we got it. But yeah, I always wonder what 240 feels like, because I felt 220, and, I felt 120, and it ain't fun, but I can't imagine what twice that feels like. That's got to be a real
Nice
trip.
find, Rook. Can't wait to see you get that old beauty up and running.
So there were other fuses. I would have fucked that up. In fact, oh, that's right, it tells you. I think the green lights mean those are fuses you've disabled. So I think there's still another one. That's the first one I did, right? Yeah. Well, that's it, right? I mean, unless there's something inside, can they do that? Is that legal? Probably. Boy, I can't remember how that works. I could swear I need to, were those red before? Well, I'm gonna find out. Okay. No, I think we're good. Yeah, maybe it was just 3 and they were red lights before. And I just, they were indeed red? Okay, alright, so I was remembering it correctly. Alright. Okay, we're getting down to
Salvage deposit secured.
near nothing left here, other than bits and pieces inside. And again, you know, one of the options here is this thing's already facing in mostly the right direction. I could pull this a little further. Can I? If I could move this, if I could rotate this thing, then I could just pull it straight up and then just pop the end and it would just fire everything straight into the barge. But I don't think I have enough juice for that. Nope, I'm not quite that strong. So there's only one pressurized compartment on here at this point, and it's that one straight ahead. So
All right.
Salvage destroyed. Please revisit your training.
Nope, I didn't miss anything. It's coming loose. Right? No? Okay. Spare 2. What salvage did I destroy? Oh, whoops. You know, I'm going to try the thing I proposed. It was loose. Damn it. Though, with the way it looks scorched, I wonder if this is the thing I destroyed somehow. Doesn't seem right, but... Alright. Well...
Raw material accepted.
That's close enough. Let's see what happens. I'm going to put a det pack on it. Oops. Fucked up. I wonder... Nope, that's a bad idea. Can I pick that back up? I think I got the thing for that. Cool. Okay. Let's try this again. Alright, that should be adequate. Alright. Everybody paying attention? Yeah, that's one way to do it. Shit.
Applying credit.
Now that's thinking like a company man. How are you innovating every day? Let me show you.
Weapon.
Oh, we take that. We take that.
Secured.
Fuck me. Finally, some good fucking food. Shit, I wish I could pressurize it and do it again. I got all this detritus. Alright, let's go up this end and just force push like Jedi Academy. Bye.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Fuck yes. Yeah, that worked so much better than it should have. Oh, man.
Salvage registered. Transfer.
After all the frustration this game can bring you, when something works, boy. Oh, that's scrap. I don't care. I'll throw it in the square hole.
Deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
You know, if I was smart, I'd have checked inside to see what was behind that door before I blew it. But, I ain't... If I was smart, I wouldn't have this job.
Deposit registered. Account credited.
Need to get rotated. There we go. Oh, man. This is the life. This is the way to do it.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
That's good work if you can get it, I tell you what. I wonder if some of these are missing the barge, because... Nope, pretty good catchment there.
Deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Can be so tedious. You know, you get all these little bits and pieces you gotta pull out, right? Sometimes you just need a W to make it all worth it.
Credit applied.
Thruster fuel went bad. Ugh. God damn it, I hate when that happens. Oops. Ah. Boy, sometimes...
You're looking at roughly 5 minutes left in this shift. Keep on at it. Weaver out.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
Well, I appreciate that, Simon. That's nice. Okay, and then we gotta cut this thing loose, right? Oh, I can't get it through the door. Alright. Do something creative with that. Now, I noticed these floor panels look... Yeah, these floor panels are cuttable.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Well, is this wall cuttable? Yes. Okay. Probably we should just... Not quite. Oh, this keeps happening. Oh, I see. Okay, there we go. Wow. Damn, that thing is heavy. Didn't mean to stick it there, but it might work.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
Okay.
Warning. Oxygen reserves low.
Ah,
Links
crap.
recommend regular gentle exercise to increase blood.
Well, we were probably going to have to do another
Credits
shift
awarded.
anyway, so let's get at it. Yeah, that pipe behind the ECU, like I swear, sometimes I drain the thing and it blows up anyway. It just don't care. Yeah, I did blow up a reactor earlier. I'm on body number
Good morning,
probably about
shipbreaker.
8 or 9 at this point. All right. Let's get this bread. Wow, I've been so careful with this ship. I've managed to retain like almost all of it.
Welcome to Vintage 19.
Very efficient. Very efficient work. Okay, so at this point... Okay, good. The airlock is depressurized already. Oops. Didn't get the airlock controller, but that's okay. I think so anyway. How much is this ladder worth? $100? That's nothing. That's like, in the economy of this game, that's like virtually nothing. That is not worth my effort. Okay. Anything else really? Other than just the bulk of the damn thing. So furnace. Wait, this whole thing is an air filter? It's worth $81,000 too. What's inside here? Not a whole lot. So I guess we're cutting this out then. And I think we want to do it like this. Because I think the inside part is... If I touch the inside part, it's going to turn into furnace fodder. So I'm going to do it like this. Okay. Was that adequate? Oh, wait a minute. It just separated from the outer. So what exactly did I need to do there? Oh, whatever. Love this little tiny shard of creepy metal, hollow metal shader floating around.
Salvage secured. Credits
Yeah, for $2,000, that's not even worth looking at. Jeez. Yeah, see, at least a door console is $78,000, which, you know, in this game, I I think this counts for like $8. I should do the math. I should figure out, like, based on the cost of your daily rent, what the inflation rate in the game is. That shouldn't be hard to estimate. That'll give us an idea how we should be dividing these numbers in order to make sense of them. Okay, so these. Okay, I thought these might be. These storage bins are all removable, and I really don't want to remove them. Okay, so that thing needs to come out. Can we just burn this? Oh, yes, we can. I should be doing a lot more of that.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage.
Don't do that. Alright, so having done that... Oh, there's another air filter. Okay. So that's 30 grand. So... Because part of me is thinking, like, can I just evaporate these and then all the bins just fall right off? But it doesn't look worth it. It looks like it would be in my interest to do a better job than that. So, ow! Whoops.
Caution. Helmet damage.
Did not mean to do that. Okay, now, can I just tether these all together and float them out? I mean, I probably could, but... Or wait, I can... oh. That's right. Well... Nope, not quite.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oops. Now you're thinking with tethers. There. Yep. There we go.
Deposit registered. Account credited.
That, I think, probably saved us a lot of time right there. Oh. Am I going to find out that I tied one of these to the wall? Hope not. Looks like it's working.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Nope. Yeah, we're all good. Okay.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like the whole game is a slow burn. You know what I mean? I mean, look at what we're doing, right?
Tether supplies are dropping.
Damn it. Ugh.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Hopefully nobody minds I ain't gabbing so much.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Gonna be done after this ship for the night, for sure. Shit.
Salvage deposit deposit secured.
Again, I'm very impressed at how much I've been able to recover from this ship. Like, I've destroyed almost nothing. Definitely going to hit the, well, shouldn't say definitely, but almost certainly going to hit the 5th or the 9th salvage tier.
Salvage
Pleased about
deposit
that.
accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh, we got another room here with a whole bunch of stuff in it. Oh, there was a pressurized room. I thought I... Oh, I checked the wrong fucking, I checked the wrong fucking view. That's funny. Come on, guys, you can figure it out. Your computers, after all.
Caution. Out of tethers. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I'm on Windows.
Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Welcome to Vindatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase. Thank you for your purchase.
Yeah, tether capacity makes a massive difference. I think I already bought 2 upgrades, but there's more, and I need to pick them up. Okay. So I think, yeah, so that's junk. Furnace fodder. Most of what's left here goes in the furnace. When I do that, it's gonna play a whole bunch of valuable item, valuable. It doesn't actually do that, but it'd be funny if it did.
Salvage deposit secured.
There's always a whole bunch of like little tiny things that you didn't bother to take the time to get rid of. You know, just weren't worth it. Oh, Atmo regulator is $156,000. That's worth it, I think. Again, I haven't calculated the exchange rate. Maybe it's worthless.
Account credited.
I saw something that goes in the barge. Oh, another air filter. Jeez, they got so many of these damn things.
Cutter, if you're fixing to dot the I's and cross the T's, you got about 5 minutes to do it. Leave her out.
I love the idea that the air filter is sufficiently valuable that they're going to bother to reuse it. I mean, maybe it's the sort of thing where maybe it's like an ionic air filter, you know, rather than like literally just like a filter medium, right? Yeah, I mean that's my story. Any more of those damn things?
Applying credit.
Yeah, I would love to just condemn this thing to the watery deep at this point, but let's see. 48,000, 97, 5,000. I don't think there's much left that's worth any effort. And I would love to just start sending this whole thing towards the furnace and try and get it knocked out in one shift. Let's see. Well, okay, so we got this. Oh man, only 3 minutes? I can't do that. There's no way. Table ain't worth it. Hell, given what's left in here is like less than $1 million. I'm just gonna send it. See if I can get it there. Because that's the thing is, I don't know if I can move this thing or if I need a whole bunch of, if I need to cut it apart first. So we're just gonna attach a bunch of tethers. Oh, that ain't doing shit, is it? Nope. Nope, we gotta cut this thing up first. Damn. Alright, well, that's not gonna happen in this shift. But, get it started. Bye. Okay.
Raw material processed.
Well,
Weapon deposited.
wait, can we do it? Can we do it still? It is moving. Hell's bells, this can be done. It'd be faster if we sliced it up one more time, but do we need to? I don't think we do, but fuck it. Fuck it, we're here. What else are we doing?
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Shit, what's left? Are there connections? There's connections in the middle. Alright, well that's fine, because it's getting there. I'm told the more of these you add, the faster it goes. Well, that one went in. There ain't enough left out here to be worth, Oh, wait, what's that? Oh, that's just a seat. Okay, it looked bigger than it was. Oh, man.
1 minute left, Cutter. If you got something cooking, now's the time to plate it and bring it to the table.
Oh, come on. Don't cost me a whole shift just for this. We can do this. Come on. 44 seconds. All it has to do is touch the opening and we're good. Come on, man. Oh, it's not gonna make it. Oh, if I'd cut it up faster, we could have done it. Oh, wait. What the hell's holding this together? That? Nope. Damn it. Oh, man, we could have done it. Ah, we could have done it. Ah. That's going to cost me $1 million. $500,000. Something like that. God, is it even worth it to go back out? Well, it depends on how close we are to the next salvage tier, I think. It's going to be a real short shift.
Morning shift breaker. Your allocated shift time will be commencing shortly.
What a ball buster. Yeah, we got to go back out.
Goodbye.
Son of a bitch. Have a good night.
Deposit accepted.
Goodbye.
Oh yeah, I guess there is a rail on the top of the thing. And I never noticed there was a rail on the top of the furnace. I thought I'd sent something in there I wasn't supposed to. Alright, there we go. Good night, Sir Fluff. I'm gonna be pushing off, shoving off, fucking off as soon as this thing goes in, basically. It's been good. It's been real. It's been real good. I'm super happy with my new Clive setup. This is just such a... The thing I had before was so jank, and this is like, you know, pro tier. So, I'm super happy about it. And there we go. There's tier 9. Cool. Like I really, yeah, I can make him dance one more time. You gotta give him a minute.
All salvage goals have been met. Rewards maximized.
What's that thing? Damn.
Valuable object
I
processed.
think I had one of those.
Credits deposited.
Okay. Oh, computer terminal. I think, is that another one? Oh, it's a soft crate.
Salvage
Didn't make
deposit
it
accepted. Credits transferred.
in. Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Oh yeah, I know it's a ship part. I was saying I wasn't sure if I'd gotten one before. I don't think I had. So likewise, let's go check up on this one. What is this? That's just another fuse. I got about 1,000 of those. All right. Well, that was a successful. Oh, hello. Oh, that's just been chilling here that whole time. What's that get me? 78 grand. Might as well put that in.
Tether supplies are low.
It'll get me up to the limit. Get me up to the line. Damn, that was like a. I damn near got everything out of that ship that I could. That's what I'm supposed to do in this game. That's the game. That's the job.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Ooh, there we go. Yeah. Almost right up to the red line. Hardly missed anything. Alright. Feathers.
9000.
That's a shift. Video games. They're real. Yeah. I'll tell you, despite my complaints about this game, as a work simulator, it does a damn good job. I played through all of Pressure Wash Simulator a while back, and I had stuff going on in my life, so I wasn't the happiest for several reasons, but I found that game a little... how to put it? I was anxious the whole time I was playing it. Like, the whole time I was playing the game, I just felt this sense of frustration and just this creeping wrongness in my throat. And I kept playing it, right? But the fact that it was a work simulator, I think, bothered me because it is so monotonous. And, like, the work is fake. And I don't mean fake as in it's not a real job. I mean it's fake as in, like, in Power Wash Simulator, everything is just covered in this contiguous line of grime. And so you're not really like cleaning something. The way things actually get dirty, right? It's not the way they get dirty in that game. It is like somebody went out. I mean, this is literally what happened, right? It's like somebody went out, dirtied these things up just to give you a job to clean them, and then pointed you at it. And, like, yes, that is what happened, and I paid to have that experience. But there is it's more Sisyphean, right? Because if you're washing things in the real world, you're not like creeping around the back of an object and finding like bolt heads to hose off, right? You blast it, right? And the soap does most of the work. The fact that the game is so stingy about soap is silly. But of course, that's the point, right? You also don't use soap correctly, right? Like, the thing to do is to soap stuff down, let it sit, and then come up behind, with the washer after it's been sitting for a bit. But anyway, but at the same time, it is exactly what it's supposed to be and what I paid for. So, like, I can't complain, but, there was just something about it that made me uncomfortable that does not apply to this game. This game does not make me feel that,
Lynx would like to share the following
sense of like,
message.
wow, this is what I'm doing with my life, right? This actually makes me feel accomplished. And part of that is because there is an ingenuity to this that doesn't exist in that game. In Power Wash Simulator, the game loop is 10 seconds long, right? You basically, you press the button and wash, right? There isn't really a whole lot of cleverness that you can apply to it. But here, there is a hell of a lot more that you can do. There's a hell of a lot more you can do to modulate how effective you are at the game, right? So that makes a big difference. Here, hang on a second. turn that off. Let me turn that off. Let me turn that off. Let me turn that off. And we turn that off. I gotta figure out how to. There we go. Turn that off. Let me turn that off. There we go. I gotta. Yeah, the chair dismount animation. I gotta figure out how to automate some of this stuff. There we go. It is a new tail. Yes, I gave him a new tail. It's borrowed off of a Dragon 32, another British computer. I really need to get a. You can't see it, but there's a transform gizmo, just sort of floating around in the space over here on the window where I control all this, and I really need to get one that actually appears in the world, because my favorite picture of Clive that I have at this point is this one that I got by accident, more or less, where I was running this dance animation while tweaking some stuff, and I look over and he's just losing it, just vibing with the transform gizmo. And I just, yeah, there you go. There's the cigarette's still sticking through it. I was so happy to see this. Every time I look at this, I just think I need to make an album cover. I'm going to have to make an album just so I can use this as the cover. Because it's just it's so good. Oh yeah, the redeems move with him now. So if you turn on the excise, somebody fire the excise. Yeah, I reworked my entire VTube setup. It's all completely new. So I'm finally able to eject his tape. I was never able to do that before. There's the excise, right? Nothing's being overlaid in OBS anymore. And the best part is that with the way I set this stuff up, it takes just minutes to add new redeems, because I just rebuilt the whole system for this. The fact that he's still smoking and wearing the hat just slays me. It just slays me. Thank you, CDI Games. Oh, this is Warudo. Real quick, just before we go, I'm just going to show you. This is what a quarter of one of my blueprints in Warudo looks like. So good luck. Anyway, and I can do that too. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone, even if you don't celebrate. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.
Yeah!
Yeah! Oh, wait. I gotta press the button.
Goodbye.
As they say. Bye.
Yeah! Goodbye.